Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Oh, from saying.
Is that correct?
That he Anglican boy. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Good morning. Welcome. Oh, that's the wrong picture. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. There I am. The Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. With you this morning. It's another absolutely crazy day. As I've been monitoring the fires overnight and this morning. We are going to go ahead and welcome Greeners as well, who's first in chat today. Congratulations, Greeners. Because you're first in chat, you win the internet. It's all yours. And you're responsible for making everybody happy, IP-wise. So, Stu's in the air, Fox 11. We're going to talk about that a little bit. The sun is just coming up over in California. Some people are getting their first look. A lot of people still don't know, as the area is closed down, that there may be a while before they get to get in and see exactly what devastations happened. I'm going to show you some new ways we can track and take a close look at what was burned, what isn't burned, and what is still burning. We're going to do that this morning before we get into a little bit of court hopping, before we have a little trial out of Thurston County, Washington this afternoon. But just a lot of things happening on out there. We're going to steer clear of the politics. I can't solve that problem here. I realize politicians make decisions that do affect fire. This isn't the place for that discussion. Please keep it out of chat. I can't fix it. A lot of us aren't educated enough on the issues to be able to have a discussion, and I, for one, sure can't do it respectfully. So let's do Pickles, not politics today in chat, if that's all right. I appreciate that, and we'll just try to provide just raw information at this point. Let's see. Good morning. Hope you guys slept well. I slept pretty well, except I got a phone call at midnight. Thomas. I think Thomas butt dialed me. He butt dialed all the mods at midnight. It was funny. It's funny. I was actually still awake, barely. Let's see. I hope everyone is doing okay here. We're gonna do sort of mixed coverage today. I know there's some things happening in courts. We're excited to hopefully get a full gavel to gavel trial here very, very soon, which is our regular stuff. I don't know if Thomas is even awake right now. He's been working hard. I threw him under the bus. He's not even here to notice. I think it's early for him. He's out west of me. I'm on the East Coast, so let's see. I, for one, was not awake, and I'm filing the workman's comp ASAP. Oh yeah. How did y'all? We have snow in Plainview, Texas. Ricky Watson, snow in Texas. Take a picture. I don't think it's going to last long. It was just a ring and then a hang up. That was all. There was no long drawn out hello. None of that. I didn't even answer. It hung up too quickly. Give him a call to see if he's awake. I could do that, but that's mean. His was accidental. That would be on purpose if I did it that way. My neighbor's having a branch cut down. It's waking up the whole neighborhood. Break out those chainsaws. Yeah, good stuff. That's what they sound like, only louder. I've used them. I will say I really do enjoy using a chainsaw as well. It's a lot of fun. All right, we have a couple things. Let's do the birthdays first because it's only appropriate to sing to those who are celebrating the birthday today, which is not Kurt. Kurt's was not yesterday. Kurt's is on Monday. So uncivil law will get sung to on Monday. Shannon's Cooper, prayers for all affected. Thank you, Shannon. Congratulations on 9 months as well. I can only imagine what people are going through out there. That when we look at this, and the devastation is just now beginning to be seen sort of on its full scale. We've had, a couple streets. Oh, we were able to drive down this street. This is what we saw. Now we're really starting to get an idea of how much damage was done. I'm going to show you that on the map, almost at a residential level, like house by house. And I'll show you how you can get that as well. Let's see. Any birthdays today? Any birthdays, Shannon? Shannon, where did Shannon say something? Shannon's Cooper says yes. Yes. Is that the birthday? Oh, Regina says it's my birthday. It's my birthday. All right, Regina, we've got you on the list. If you look right here, thank you, Sharon, for the birthday list. The Hulkster. Happy birthday, the Hulkster. Diana Dunn, Teresa, Regina Crawford, all celebrating their special days today. We're going to sing to them. Everyone stand up, take a deep breath. Shoulders back. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with your neighbor. Warm up with me, if you will. La 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 la. Oh, it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. We're going to sing to the Hulkster, Diana Dunn, Teresa, and Regina Crawford. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Hulkster, Diana Dunn, Teresa, and Regina Crawford. Happy birthday to you. The Hulkster. Why can I not say that? The Hulkster. Or the Hulkster? Did I say that wrong? I might have called you the Hulk. But the Hulkster, Diana Dunn, Teresa, Regina Crawford. Happy birthday today. It's your special day. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could be with, but you've chosen to be here with us. The privilege and pleasure is all ours. Hopefully we can return the favor and make that your day a little more specialer. Let's see. Amber's outing herself, saying, I didn't sing. Late entry for Joyce, celebrating her 16th wedding anniversary. Congratulations, Joyce, on the 16th wedding anniversary. Good birthday wishes all over. Vice's Frosted Blueberry Pop-Tart. We're going to get to that in just a minute. That's the first thing up as soon as the birthday celebration. We're sort of having a little bit of lightheartedness and levity as we about dive into the heavy stuff, which we're going to hit in just a minute. It's the Hulkster. Happy birthday. Dancers are doing great. Wilma, thank you very much. I feel that as well. We are going back to court later today. After we do the finish up on the birthday song. We can't cut the party short for those who have birthdays today. Get your drums out, air drums. I was actually shopping for electronic drums. I thought that would be really cool. Okay, here it comes. That's our cue. Everyone get your air drum sticks. We're going to do a big finish on this birthday song on the drums. I think I hit every note that time. Maybe for the first time ever. Usually I do one short on the small tom, but I got it that time. Red Pen nailed it as well. Congratulations. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you helping celebrate this wonderful occasion for those who are celebrating their birthday today. Now, we've got to get to the fire issue, and I wish it was all good news. When we wrapped up last night, I said, I hope that tomorrow morning we find out that it rained overnight, all the fires are out, and everything's fine. And mostly it was just smoke damage. It wasn't. Overnight there was more fires. I think there was one even closer to the Hollywood sign. At one point they were saying a fire could threaten the Hollywood sign. We've had the weather is slowly improving, which means the fire danger over the next couple days is slowly going to diminish. It's still going to be like yellow in 2 days. But yeah, I'll check the burner, says Amanda. Amanda, you've been sending us some great videos. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Amanda sends one. It's a post from AKA on Twitter, and it's a picture that just says, "Wow, Palisades in LA is completely gone." I'm gonna show you that from a different vantage point here in just a second. So let me bring this over first. There are still two major fires. The Hearst fire has not been a major issue in the last 24 hours. I'm not saying it's not. It's not out, but it's not a major issue. So let me show you what we have, and we're using on this one. We're going to use NASA because NASA has got satellites that are looking down. This is the firm's website, Fire Information for Resource Management Systems in the U.S. and Canada. And the cool thing about this website is it is an interactive website. We're looking right here. If I can see here, I'm actually covering this, so I'll uncover it. We're looking at hotspots as visible from space. So yes, this fire is hot enough that satellites in space can detect the heat. And as we zoom in, we're going to get just down into the details here. This gives you an idea of where the fire was. And this is not the current area that's burning. Well, some of it is. The color of the chart, so if there's a key on this chart, the yellows would be areas that were hot previously. Like it's been the longest since those yellow areas were hot. The oranges and the reds, if we see them as we zoom in, are the areas that they're currently detecting heat, in a lot of heat from in space. Now, just because there's an area that doesn't have a heat signature on it does not mean that there was no, it was not registered from space. It could have been that the fire moved so quickly that between image captures, the area burned and really had the hottest part of the fire had moved through. So this can happen in grassland area where there's just a little bit of dry grass where it's just whoosh, it's through, and it just races through in minutes, and the satellite never sees it, or the flames never get hot enough to be registered, even though the fire moved quickly through there. So let me zoom in here quickly with you. I'm gonna stay off the screen if that's all right, if you guys don't mind, just so I don't cover anything up crucial. Let's see where we are. Let's bring our mouse in here. We'll focus on the Palisades fire first. And I know this website is getting hammered right now, just hammered. So we have to be quite patient as it takes a while to load because a lot of people are interested in this. So if we zoom in, we want to get to the point where we can see the street level underneath the fire map. And let's see what happens here. Just one second. Give it a minute here to catch up every time we zoom, because people all over the country and around the world. Here we go. There are streets. Here we go. Got streets. Now we have to just wait for the map to upload. If it will, it might be crashing right now.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Thank you, Judge Fleischer. Appreciate that. This entire area has burned. I don't know how else to say it. Everything, this whole area is like a war zone and just destroyed. Much of it is just gone. The homes, entire streets, the entire community just got destroyed and decimated. And randomly, other homes are still standing amid just desolation all around them. There was I think it was a gentleman by the name of Joel. I think he works for Breitbart. He might be an editor for Breitbart. Was posting on Twitter, and he said, I was just driving through, and he says, my home's there. It's standing. The trees are burnt. My fence is melted, but my home's standing. And he said, and in my backyard, the water hose is extended, meaning someone, a firefighter or a neighbor, someone saved my house. And he doesn't know who, but somebody stood there in the yard fighting the flames with his garden hose and saved his house. And his house is now standing and he gets to report to all his neighbors that it's not. And he doesn't know who to thank for doing it. But let's see here. It's taking a bit to. You can see how slowly it's updating. We might not be able to share everything that we want. Let me see if I can bring in the. While this is loading, let's bring in the Eaton fire on top of it instead. Let's bring this guy in just for a second. And Eaton, you can see that the mountain, the hillsides, you can see all the streets right along here. This area, this entire area, all the way down to Panda Express right over here, is gone, is just burnt. This is where schools are burned, the churches, every house in this area is just toasted, and there is nothing left in that area. These areas are still the fires are still actively burning, so there's just rows and rows of smoldering houses with nothing to come back to. Let's see. KTLA interviewed a gentleman, Aaron, and his father. They were using garden hose to put out fires on houses and trees in their neighborhood. I tell you, that is heroes. Big risk. The poisonous gases in the air from these fires. When a residential area burns, people have things in their house that put off poisonous gas when they burn, and it's plastics, it's glues, it's laminates, it's flooring, it's paint, it's all sorts of stuff, and it's not like it's poisonous to just be around, but when it burns, it puts off those gases, and those are hanging low in the area. The news is saying, just don't go in the area. If you're anywhere near the area and have to be here, wear a mask. It's still extremely hot. It's still extremely dangerous. There's structures that are standing are weakened because a lot of them depended on the walls and everything else for the support that they need, and so it's not safe to go in there at all. I've seen all of Malibu gone right now. Yeah. Let's see. See if I can get this to load. I knew this would happen. This website is just as the sun's coming up and people are clamoring for information. There's it's stuck. It's stuck. It can't go any better. Trying to upload. The website's down. You can see also that you had things from a hotspot. The winds were blowing sort of this direction from top right to bottom left. And so this hotspot right here would have been a hotspot that started most likely from the same fire, even though there's a mile or so difference. That's very, very possible for the fire to jump there. Zooming back out to see the greater LA, they have had reports of other small fires all over the place. And this is, down here, there's a couple here. There's one over there. They're all over the place, and some of these are just randomly started. Some of them are started by arson. There's at least a suspicion. Looking at this map, the Palisades, the gray area. This is the fire footprint underneath. If we zoom out right here, sorry. Now it's going to populate over the top of it, but this burned area goes all the way down to the ocean. So you've got. You've got it's all the way up, right up to the edge of Malibu in this image. I'm not sure if this is the most updated that they've got, but Pacific Coast Highway right there was the front line of the fire, and they basically lost that front line. It burned to the ocean, couldn't go any further. The fire is still actively spread on the north end here, all the way across up towards the San Bernardino Valley to the north side. It's moving up that direction. It still is burning also on a little bit on the west end and spreading out. But I think as far as down in the Palisades themselves, down in town, that front of the fire has stopped. So it's mostly up in the hillsides now. But and then going up to the Hearst fire up north just a little bit, it's not showing a lot of heat activity in that area. This is where they rescued a lot of horses. Up from this area, but it looks a lot cooler. I don't know containment on this yet, but it's not having the same fire activity they saw the first couple days. So, anyway, let's see. What about the gated community? Oh my goodness. The gated community you're asking about, we were listening. We're going to turn this on again here in just a second. We're going to turn on the police scanner and listen to the fire calls as they continue to fight this fire. We were listening as a call came in yesterday from a couple in a gated community up high in the hills on the Palisades, and they said, "Hey, you know, our house is on fire. We need to be rescued." Was the message that was passed on, and the fire chief basically said, "It's too late. It's surrounded by fire. We can't." And I'll zoom in here and show you where that was. Let me see if we can jump to. Let me see if I can get the other map up here. Let's see. On flight radar, if we zoom in, this is the same Palisades area. This area right here, show me, let's see where we have no planes in the air. Oh, there they are. Okay. I think it's going to be about an hour before some of the airplanes are going to come back fighting this. They've got a couple helicopters that are out that have been flying routes, but it's just the sun's just now coming up in this area. So here we go. The neighborhood that called and asked for help is this neighborhood in the center of the screen right here, and right about this area, that's where the gate is. This is a gated community. It's all blocked off, and in this area, right in the center of the screen, was where the home was located, where they requested help. So remember that we've got that sort of little lobe that sticks off the main canyon road. So I'm going to find that same thing over on our other map and show you what it looks like here. Where'd it go? I've got too many windows open. Let's see, NASA. All right, here we go. Back in the Palisades. Let me see if I can shut off the overlay. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. There's 24 hours. Can I just turn it off? There we go. Looks like it's right in here. Now, the heat map and the burn signature are different. So we've got a known burn area, which is right here, and then within the last 24 hours, we have a heat map that covers it, and that area right here that is where that phone call was made from. Was basically red hot. It was within the last 24 hours, that whole area is covered in heat signature. It doesn't mean that every home burned, but it's not looking good. It's not looking good from here. That canyon is all shut off. The people cannot get up there right now. We might hear reports through the scanner as reports start coming in, but a lot of those are going to be kept off the radio traffic. Speaking of scanner, we're bringing that in right now.
Uh, 1151 Charlie, Division Papa, go ahead.
Division Papa from 1151 Charlie. I have some information on two of those service calls. As far as 2275 Tuna Canyon, that was over in the area we were working, and there is some fire over there that's burning away from that address. And I think there's a resource up there that's handling that, but that shouldn't impact that residence. Break. Continuing for Papa, and as far as 395 South Topanga Canyon, you do have a backing fire in there with a slow rate of speed and heavy fuels that's on the east side of Topanga Canyon drainage in there, and it is across the canyon from the Topanga village of Fernwood, so a lot of people are seeing it, but it's not going to impact Fernwood anytime soon. The drainage is kind of in the way there. Break.
Okay, so the houses that he's talking about right now,
and in addition,
are on the north end of the fire.
On that piece, there are some structures at the top of the hill across the way, but on my MDC shows that there are resources up there. Looks like they're doing structure defense on that.
So they're fighting the fire on this side, and we've got structures on the other side of the canyon right here. That's the Fernwood address. If we go back to the first one in Tuna Canyon.
1151 Charlie from Papa. I copy. Sounds like it's a backing fire towards it, but it's on the other side of the canyon. I'll just advise that to Dave Papa, and he'll get resources up there.
Fernwood's the same sort of area. Tuna Canyon right here, a little further down. Fire's approaching. They're
Papa
nervous
from
on this side.
1151 Charlie. I concur. That's a good copy.
Just a lot of fire there.
Communications Division, Papa.
Radio seems to be a lot better today, this morning. Communications are clear.
Palisades Communications.
Liz, in this case, they don't.
Palisades Communication from Division, Papa. You can go ahead and call the 395 South Topanga Canyon call service to confirm false alarm. There is a fire in the area, however, it's backing and it's a ways away, so it'll just get passed along to Day Division. Be a confirmed false alarm.
Let me see if I can find Studio City on the map. I'm not familiar with the area myself, so I have to search it up.
Communications copies. False alarm at 395 South Topanga Canyon. Fire's backing. 0700.
Operations Yankee Zulu.
So Studio City is actually has not been affected yet. Let me bring over a map for you. Open in maps. Studio City is nearly halfway between the two fires.
Division Papa 9460 Charlie.
So here's Studio City right in this area, right? And you've got a little Sunset Fire. You've got the Eaton Fire on one side, Studio City in the middle, and the Palisades Fire on the other. So they're literally in the aisle between the two fires.
Recontact ground support and find out what we got going on.
Studio City had the Sunset Fire last night. That's right here. Let me see if I can bring up the Sunset Fire.
Yeah, I'll give him a phone call right now.
It'd be in like the West Hollywood area, right?
Communications Yankee Zulu.
Palisades Communications.
The 2275 Tuna Canyon, 395 South Topanga Canyon is clear. I've also tied in with state parks. We're good there. I'm seeing 28 Latimer and I believe Division Foxtrot, if we can confirm that. And I'm unable to find the 17635 Camino Drive, if we can verify.
Communications copies. All incidents clear except for 28 Latimer and 17635 Camino Drive. Stand by. We'll check on those.
Here's the here's the Sunset Fire right here. Much smaller. You can see this is right in the foothills, but really away from most of the houses. This is the area that the Sunset Fire was burning last night. So yes, it's in the area, but hasn't reached that Studio City location yet.
Communications from Division Foxtrot on command.
Radios are so much clearer today. I'm loving it.
Palisades Communications.
Communications from Foxtrot. Did you have traffic regarding 28 Latimer? If so, we have units deployed down there working it.
Communications copies. Reports of fire at 28 Latimer, if you have resources to send that way.
Can someone say safe in the
that's
pool?
a firm. I have resources deployed down there right now.
I would say no. A couple things. First of all, you have to come up to breathe. If you could stay underwater with an oxygen tank, you might be all right.
Palisades Communications.
But the smoke in the air is, it's terrible for you. You can literally suffocate from the smoke before the fire burns you. The pools are going to be dirty. The water's not going to boil. It's not like it's that hot. It's not going to boil your pool water away, unless there's a really extended fire burning right around the pool for a long time. But that's not happening. They are using the pool water for firefighters. The helicopters are trying to dip in and get pool water to fill their buckets, but they can only use a pool, a couple dozen times at the most, depending on the size of the pool, before there's not enough water to fill the bucket. Radiant heat will get you. Plastic stuff will cause health problems. Oh, it's terrible. What is it, dioxin or whatever in the air that hangs around forever?
Go ahead, 41 Alpha.
All right. Last night they were using lake water. Yes. It's hard to drop a bucket into a pool from a helicopter when there's high winds. If you're fighting winds, first of all, it's hard to keep a helicopter stationary, and second of all, a pool is a very small target. Those buckets are huge. They hold a lot, hundreds and hundreds of gallons of water.
9460 Charlie Division, Papa on command.
And it would be more reasonable to drop that in a lake or a reservoir. How did the fire actually start? Still under investigation.
Yankee Zulu, 75 Alpha on command.
There is some video out there of power lines that are arcing, and traditionally in the past, or historically, I should say, not traditionally, there have been a lot of fires in California that are started by the electrical lines that are arcing, and that's caused by the high winds.
Support, waiting for a call back.
Wonder if fish get scooped up. I'm sure they do. So do they not have water or just not enough water? Megan, I looked at a breakdown of this.
Zulu 1075 Alpha on command.
The breakdown of the water situation, the reservoir levels were basically normal for the time period. They were full, or as full as they should be in this time of the year, and they just had roughly 15 times the regular demand on that all at once. And that's more water was going out of the system than was going in. And so they quickly ran out of those 3 million gallons of water that were in those 3 tanks. And because the demand was so high, the new water being pushed back into the system or pumped back into the system from the reservoirs or from the water sources could not be pumped fast enough to meet the demand. And so the higher elevations just never got water. You imagine you're filling a bowl and people have spouts that come off the bowl at different levels. The fire's burning up in the hillsides, so it requires the tank to be virtually full for the water to get to that place with any pressure. And as the water level drops, they just couldn't get it back up to fill that. So lower people had plenty of water. There were towns down at the bottom, houses at the bottom that could use hoses and flush toilets and drinking water and water their lawn. I'm pretty sure that's not allowed, but there just was not enough water up top, so the fire hydrants had no pressure. If you've ever been in a neighborhood when like very close by, when a fire truck is connected to a fire hydrant and drawing full pressure from that hydrant, you will see a noticeable decrease in water pressure in your house. It's just it relieves a lot of the water pressure that's in the system as it's all rushing to the fire truck, and you do that times, I don't know how many, 1,100 vehicles or whatever they had, hundreds of fire trucks all trying to tap into all the water sources they could. It's gone. The water was gone. There was nothing to do. Winds could have been the source of all of it. Some of the fires that are scattered, like in the middle of Los Angeles and things like that, probably a different cause. I doubt any of the... just got new updates on the fire there, just populated. New scans, I guess it's... not sure what the frequency of the scan is, but... Good morning from Riverside. Couldn't care less. Please stay safe. Please stay safe. Another question. Are there not any water tank trucks like they have in Ireland, or water cannon trucks to help firefighters? Yes. We heard in the Palisades fire alone yesterday, they had 19 tanker trucks. These are basically like it's a semi-truck, but instead of being hinged where the trailer comes off, it's all one truck, and it can fill up with, I don't know how many gallons of water, probably, in the tens of thousands of gallons of water. It can fill up. They had 19 of those shuttling water up to the fire trucks to then fill up the fire truck, and they could draw from, and then a new truck would come in and connect. So they had those going. They just weren't able to get the system energized to the point where the fire hydrants would be useful. There are some planes that are using ocean water. There is plenty of water. There's plenty of water in the ocean, and it's not going away. The problem is only certain equipment can access it. Nobody has, and you wouldn't want the water system, which feeds your house with drinking water, to suck water out of the ocean. Reverse the pump and suck water out of the ocean. It would destroy all the lines. It would be terrible. Salt water is not good in a lot of equipment. It can't be used in firefighting equipment without requiring a lot of cleaning afterwards. The same thing with boats and salt water. It can be very rough on them. You've got to treat them differently. Anyway, there are some tankers, some super scoopers that are scooping water out of the ocean. Those are really good for spot fires, where they can just dump a lot of water on the spot.
Bree.
Bree, how are you doing? Good morning to you.
Good morning. I don't know if I'm delayed on your feed, but I know you're just talking about pulling water from the ocean.
Oh, yeah.
New Mexico's sending a boatload of firefighters to go help. They're all leaving today, and we're sending the Tank 10s, which are the big planes that can grab all that water out of there and help them. So New Mexico's deploying over the next 14 days, sending out a bunch of firefighters to go help.
That is neat. We're seeing that from a couple other states as well in the area, just sending all the resources. Other counties that aren't affected by fire are sending resources as well.
California firefighters have helped us quite a bit. New Mexico gets pretty bad wildfires, and we've had some really bad ones. So they've helped us out in the past. So with the Homeland Security and stuff like that, with the act, they're like, absolutely, we're sending them. And like I said, the couple of planes that they're sending are the ones that can hold the most water and help drop water in the fire retardant, whatever they call it, on top of it. So they're sending those planes as well.
Yeah. Those are good. Those planes can pick up water on the move. They don't have to stop and reload. They literally can scoop it up while flying, which is an amazing thing to watch. The science behind that is incredible. But they scoop up the water and they can dump it, and it's just, as long as they have fuel and flyable conditions, they can dump water. Unfortunately, they can't take that water and energize a fire hydrant with it, and then it's really just to dump it on a hot spot, an area where they need to really knock the fire down. It does damage when that water gets dumped as well. That's a lot of water. It's a flash flood in that area.
It does, and that's the part that scares me, because we've had, we get wildfires out here quite a bit, and the biggest thing that I worry about now in these areas, that stuff always seems to happen here, is when you get we get our the rain that we call, I don't even think of the word right now, but we'll get the big rains and the monsoon season, and like Rio Dosa, once they got hit the wildfire, they had really bad flood conditions, and after the fires, and they got started to rebuild, and then the floods came because everything was burned. There was nothing to keep the water from pooling and flooding. So I'm really nervous about what could happen after this out there.
After a fire, in the long term, moving forward, the fire has scorched off all the vegetation. So anything that was keeping the dirt back and holding the dirt back is gone. Then if you do get heavy rain, which they'd love. I mean, the last time they got rain over 0.1 inches in this area was May.
Yeah.
Okay, it's been so long since they've had rain, they forgot what it looks like or which side, does it come up or down? But they just have not had water. And once the fire has scoured off everything that's holding the dirt in place on the hillsides, if they do get that much needed rain in any amount, you're going to have mudslides.
Yeah.
It's just going to wash everything
scary.
down. Yep.
But hopefully I was watching. They said the winds are dying down, so hopefully that'll help them. So hopefully I can get it under control today.
Slowly dying down. They're not having the big 88 to 100 mile an hour gusts that they were having before.
Yeah.
But I think in the next 24 hours, I think they'll be down, maybe even out of yellow fire danger.
Fingers crossed.
Yep.
Well, but I just got to let you know that they're sending those trucks, so hopefully they can get a hold on it. But I just got to give you that information. But I will talk to you guys all later.
Brady, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
We'll
Bye, guys.
Bye. Evacuation order for Hollywood Hills and over the Sunset fires being lifted. I think they did a really good job at knocking that one down, not letting it grow. It's easier to fight a fire when it's smaller than when it's bigger. And with all those resources there, I think they said, hey, this is one we can win this fight when it's small. Let's jump in. Someone had asked about the fires in Canada. Canada is always on fire. Canada manages fires a little bit differently. A lot of these fires are far from civilization, and they're just left to burn. And they burn through the season, and then nature puts them out. And everyone's thinking, oh, look at all that, the nature that's being destroyed. The wildfire is part of the nature. It really is. So let's go back here to the Los Angeles area. Once we zoom in, these pictures will get a little clearer.
Division Yankee Zulu, Palisades Communications.
That burn area is just massive.
Communications Yankee Zulu.
I have an updated address for the Camino Day residents whenever you're ready.
We'll take a look at this one.
Repeat that. Numeric 17635. Can you repeat? 17635 Camino del Yaso. Copy.
Ooh. That address is very close to where that call came in from the couple saying they needed help getting out. Look at this. This is up there. The one they just, I don't know what they're doing to that address. I didn't hear what it was. But I think that was right where the call came from. If it wasn't from there, it was from right here. From this house right there. So it sounds like two things. First of all, it looks like firefighters are able to get up to those streets now, which means the fire has died down. Either it's passed by or it's gone out or it's been successfully defended. Unfortunately, I don't think successfully defended is an option. But firefighters are up in that area. If they are, it's very possible that the casualty count is going to be climbing today. There are reports, I've seen them on Twitter, of a news channel that zoomed in on some fire debris in a house, and it does appear to show human remains inadvertently, like they didn't realize they were showing it, which is terrible. I don't know. It appears to be legitimate from what I'm looking at, but I don't know if it's from this fire or somebody. It appears to be legitimate, but you never want to do that.
operations, Yankee Zulu on command.
Ivy, we don't know. It's not looking good. I'll say that. It's not looking good.
Go ahead for operation. Are we going to have any early up aircraft this morning?
8 o'clock is the start time for aircraft.
No, I'll get back to you. I copy. Just for an update, the winds have significantly let up, allowing some more topography driven. Fire slowly pushing its way into the community of Topanga.
Topanga, that's over on the north end over here.
Yeah, let me talk to Air Ops, see if we can get some fixed wing up early for you, and we'll go from there.
Copy, thank you.
Topanga right up here. That's the area that's now.
Yankee Zulu, Juliet on command.
If they can get some air ops in there,
Juliet, Yankee
that'd
Zulu,
be
go
useful.
ahead.
Let's take a look at what is in the air right now.
Do you have any resources at the top of Paradise Drive, or correction, Palisades Drive, in that Camino Yazo area?
That's where the couple were.
The IA resources started to pull out this morning. Everything was looking good. I'm trying to see if I can get anyone raised, but if you have something you can send over there, I think it's one of the frequent ones. Okay, yeah, if you could try, yeah, I'm in a similar situation. I'll try and grab one engine, send them up, but it'd be extended drive up there. Yeah, I copy.
It's one of the frequent ones. They have sent a lot of trucks up there to that area.
Division Yankee Zulu operation.
If we look at the Google Earth imagery or the satellite imagery for that neighborhood, where that couple were, these are the houses. This is as good as we can get. Because it's a private neighborhood, Google Earth can't get the street view.
Air taxi will be up over the fire here shortly, and should be able to make that order for the fixed wing immediately.
Yeah, copy, thanks.
We're going to see fixed wings on flight radar.
Are we still on CDF or Air Ground 6 for command?
These are massive, massive houses. The last call came from this one. As you can see, huge pool, tennis courts.
I believe so. I'll get back with you here in a sec.
Is it a putting green? I don't know, just a yard.
I copy.
A lot of trees, though, very close to the houses. So.
Yankee Zulu, that's affirmative. AG6 on the command for the aircraft.
Yeah, copy, thanks.
So here's Topanga, which is the area of threat right now with the latest fire activity right next to it. That's where they were trapped in their homes, yeah. Any pickleball courts. That would be the real tragedy. We have a pickleball sound effect, you know that?
I wake up, I hear it. I walk down the steps, I hear it. I open the back door to let the dog out, you hear it.
Pickleball has a distinct sound. A lot of celebrities' homes were destroyed. This is an area where a lot of celebrities live.
Zulu branch, night branch 10.
There was one gentleman who took a lot of heat yesterday. I don't mean to make a pun there, but took a lot of
night branch 10,
criticism yesterday on Twitter.
Yeah, I talked to Dave Branch. Told him you'd meet at Station 69 on Topanga when he leaves base camp. He was working on getting unassigned resources to fill, but I told him you'd be at Station 69. There's a comm plan, but they're still using the same V1 for command.
This particular public figure
copy.
Posted on Twitter that he wanted to hire
not sure if you heard me talking to ops,
private fire.
asking for air resources, winds of lesson, allowing some more topography-driven runs, and fires creeping up into the Colima post office tract.
Yeah, affirmative. Copy that traffic.
I'm just saying he was asking for private fire departments to come defend his house from the fire. Previous tweets he had sent out were bragging about not having to pay taxes because of the way they structure their real estate deal or the businesses or something. He took so much flack over that post that he deleted his Twitter account, and it was not a small account. A reporter standing in front of a burnt-out bank on Sunset wants to know what happened to everything in the safe and the safe deposit boxes. Is it still there or fireproof? No one was guarding anything. They're not going to be able to get into that safe, I can tell you that. It'll take some crews to open it. But generally, safe deposit boxes are fireproof. So items inside hopefully are protected as long as the safe was closed, which it should have been. I think I know two banks burned to the ground. Like not like a little tiny neighborhood bank, but two large banks burned to the ground. Miley Cyrus burned it down again. Oh my goodness, second time. That is terrible. Wonder how insurance handles the cash being burnt. There's actually a place you can send burnt cash in to the government, U.S. government, and basically you send the remains of the cash, and they piece it together and analyze it, and will send you out new bills. But I don't know. For that to work, a lot of times it works better with like waterlogged or soggy, rotten bills that have decayed over time. Burned money, if it burns and it's gone, there's really nothing left to turn in. You guys saying who was the celebrity that said that? I think it was I'm not sure if it was a celebrity. It was just a rich, one of the rich and famous type. Wasserman starts with a W. Let me check. It was a real estate tycoon. Oh my goodness. The bank lost. Keith Wasserman. There's the name. Thanks. You guys said it a million times in chat and I missed it. My husband is scrolling Sweetwater's catalog. That means I can buy myself something too. I'm excited for your husband. I love Sweetwater. I order a lot from them, as you know. Paris Hilton's house may have burnt as well. Where's the National Guard setting up their medical facilities? They flew in last night and were ready to go. Oh, Zuma Beach is where they are. Yes, National Guard did come in. The governor's taken a lot of heat, and I don't want to start a fight about the governor. I know there are people who are pro, and it's very easy to criticize him at this time right now as well. It is rare for the National Guard to get called out before an event happens. The call-out process and the red tape that has to be jumped through for a National Guard call-out is sometimes a little burdensome, and they're usually more reactive than precautionary. My dad accidentally put a $100 bill through a shredder, and the bank wouldn't replace it because we didn't have every piece of the entire bill. You might want to try the Federal Reserve or the government side. The bank won't, but the government side might be able to do it. They can fix damaged money issues. Paris Hilton watched her house burn on the news. Oh, that's terrible. Mrs. R.A. does have a couple ham radios. I have a couple, and she has a couple. News of Studio City. It's okay, Camilla. It was threatened by the Sunset Fire. The Sunset Fire, the evacuations, I think, have been lifted in some areas regarding that fire. We're looking at the Palisades area here, just waiting to see. Got a lot of helicopters that are flying around. We should start seeing some airplanes. These are commercial airliners that are flying over. See this. Not sure what this guy's doing. He might be doing he might be taking the place of the airplane right now, this helicopter. He's at 7,500 feet, so he's not going to be dropping water. It looks like he's staying up tall. If this green line is the path that this helicopter's been taking, and as they dip down lower, it turns yellow. So sometimes, let's see, live data not found. Sometimes you can see it change elevations a little bit. There's one. See how it goes from down lower to up higher. It changes a little bit. Of course, they are in the mountains as well, but we'll see what they're doing. We expect some planes possibly out of here up north, this little airport, Van Nuys Airport. See if any are on the grounds that might be coming up. Commercial commuter. A couple private planes. More commuter planes. Private owners. So soon we expect some planes coming in that will be doing fire drops, either water drops, retardant drops, and also they'll bring in a fixed wing aircraft that has a longer flight time. They can stay up in the air longer than a helicopter generally, and we'll be monitoring the situation from up north. Going over to the Eaton fire, see what they have. Looks like no aircraft up over the Eaton fire right now. At least none that are pinging. Oh, there's a helicopter.
Yeah, 5800 Alpha, go ahead.
Division Alpha, 5800 Alpha. Hey, we're on the IAP today for Division Charlie. We're just looking for a plan for food and fuel, and then when to transition down into Charlie.
Okay. Van Nuys, not Van Nuys. So you're going to tell me it's not Illinois either. Just kidding. Sorry, I made some people mad there, I think. Sherry, this is funny. I don't know a lot about much. I'll be the first to admit that. I went to school for communications, basically for the media, for television broadcast, and the motto that they sort of drilled into us is that you only need to know information a mile wide and an inch deep. So I know an inch deep about a lot of things, but when it comes to in-depth, I'm not an expert on any of these. There are many qualified people who know a ton more than I do on just about any topic we talk about. So it might seem that I know a lot about something. It's just that I'm going into that little inch deep category right on the surface. I'll own that. Used to live on North Clark Street, right on the corner of Sunset Boulevard, where the whiskey is a go-go. Seems that's not affected, right? Clark Street and Sunset Boulevard. Let's pull up a map here. Wish I knew the area better. North Clark Street. Okay. Yeah, that area is next to the Whiskey is a Go-Go is not affected. I think it actually, that was where the Sunset Fire was near. Let's see. Oh, there we go. I've got the fire on this map. Let me show you this one. You're talking about living down here, which is by the Whiskey a Go-Go on Sunset Boulevard and North Clark Street. So home sweet home. Let's just reminisce just for a moment. If we zoom out, the Sunset Fire was right up here in this area. So it was up in these, mostly in the hills. But I think I think the evacuations have been lifted in that area. Let's see, I think I have. You're welcome, Ivy. Thank you.
Metro from Will Rogers Staging. Will Rogers Staging. I'm releasing Rescue 68 back to the city. Rescue 68 only. NAV back to the city.
Looking for Will Rogers Staging. I think that's right down in this area near Malibu, I thought. I'm just not sure if it's on the right or the left. When they release something back, this is a good sign. Releasing a unit from that's a local incident command that's running the firefighting in a specific area. And when he says to headquarters, "I'm releasing these guys back to the city," that means we have an extra fire crew. We have an extra truck or extra tanker that is not needed. So these are good signs. We want to hear more of that because they're going to be able to transfer to areas where they are needed, and hopefully eventually we'll just dial back the number of people altogether that are fighting the fire as it just becomes smaller and smaller. Melboy, it's offsetting mine, which keeps going down and down. I don't know why. You may have a setting on your thermostat that is that tells it to go to a higher temperature, and it will automatically try to turn it down during peak use periods, and then go back up when it's not peak use. So you might want to check the settings on it. Strip is okay. What burned was part of Runyon Canyon. If you know the area, it came close to the entrance of the top of Fuller, says Becca. So that for the locals there, that might be a little helpful. I'd have to find it on the map. This Google Street View. Carrie, has Google updated with burned areas? There's no way they've got people out documenting that yet. I mean, it's that is a I don't know. I wouldn't say that's a cruel way. That is a tough way to learn your house burned down, is seeing it on Google. Sweet Caroline, how many times you rebuild in a fire area? Well, a lot of these people, this is home. A lot of these people raised families here, kids and grandkids, and you know, where else would you go? Let's see if we can get a refresh on the evacuation listings. Looks very similar. This is the Eaton fire up to the over here. This little blip was, I believe, well, I'm not even seeing it now. I think this was, there's Eaton. Why is Sunset not on here? Let's go back and see if we can zoom back in. Hey, that's my house. I'm a little ways away. The fires are far from me, thankfully. There's Hearst. They're not even showing the Eaton or the Sunset fire anymore on the map, which means either it's completely knocked down and there's no evacuations ordered for that area, or this website just cannot update fast enough. Looks like this guy's flying around the fire, staying outside of the zone. There's a TFR, a temporary flight restriction over the fire zone. That is to enable the fixed wing and the rotor wing aircraft to be able to maneuver and do what they need to do without the worry of a lot of civilian aircraft or looky-loos in the sky coming and interfering. Might have some news aircraft that might be let in. Here's our black helicopter. This is interesting. It's
night operations, day operations, V1.
It's been here for a while. It looks like it's fighting fires.
Night operations,
I don't know who owns it. It's all blacked out.
Day ops, I'm good to go. I'll go ahead and assume operations.
This image might not be the actual helicopter itself. It's just the image of that actual model of helicopter, the Bell 407. But the NA on the where it's from, where it's registered to, and everything else is a little suspicious. Probably here with the next hour, we should have some aircraft dropping water in the Topanga area. So we'll keep an eye on that. If you thought about making a map showing all your members, some subscribers are located, might be interesting for everyone to see. I don't know how I would get that information. They would have to provide that themselves. It would have to be very generalized. I wouldn't want to dox anybody. Thanks, Amber. Let me take a look.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
Yeah, that's where we are, Amber. That's the current settings. Sorry, mod stuff. Well, we did all just give you all our addresses for stickers. Greeners, you did, but then I took your address and I mailed it back to you, so I don't have it anymore. And I didn't save the envelopes. I only saved boxes, not envelopes. And it means they're blocked from the public. It's probably not a privately owned aircraft if it's blocked from the public.
Division Yankee Zulu. Engine 69, command.
If you do want stickers, our channel does have stickers available.
Engine 69, Yankees Zulu.
For purchase, if you want a 10-pack through Sticker Mule.
Hey, Yankee Zulu, are you in the area of Fire Station 69 to do a face-to-face?
Face-to-face.
I'm in Topanga, but up on the fire road by the state park.
I copy LA County, Engine 69 and Patrol 69 is in Topanga doing a crew swap, and I wanted to tie in with you face-to-face if you want to meet at Topanga Fire Station 69 when you're done up there.
Yeah, I copy.
I can see what country subscribers are from, but I don't know where I'd get a map.
Engine 69, Yankee Zulu. Can you hit me up on VFire 22?
Yeah, firm. I'm monitoring 22, but I'll be on tap right now.
Countries from top viewership down for the channel go United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, Germany, Netherlands, South Africa, Ireland, Sweden, Denmark, New Zealand, Finland, Norway, Mexico, Spain, Kenya, Belgium, Costa Rica, Poland, Switzerland, Latvia, Philippines, Trinidad and Tobago, Curacao, Portugal, Estonia, France, Israel, and then at the very bottom, Saudi Arabia, with just 10 views from Saudi Arabia. I don't know how I'd map that. Interesting, though. Google Maps is an online collab map where you could set up a map and post a link. But then everyone's going to post like that somebody by the name of Dwayne lives in 90210 and things like that, and it won't be accurate. We could all drop a pin. Lori, are you good with this? Maybe we could have one of you set up a map and send me the link to it, and then I can share the link, because I'm a tech guy, but I'm not. That's not the area of tech that I'm good with.
Night Alpha from LA City Heavy Equipment 1 on command.
I have some mail still to go out. Josh, yours has already been in the mail towards you, but Luann, Lindsay, McPhail, Paul Mack, Lori, Tyler, Janet.
Night Alpha, LA City Heavy Equipment 1.
Another Laura. Your stickers are going out today, I think. ADSB tracker gives me the info.
Palisades Communications from Contingency East.
Contingency East. We're going to watch for that presser. Thank you very much, X-Switch. X-Switch.
Palisades Communications.
Yeah, Palisades Communications from Contingency East. Getting words from my folks that are working on the eastern flank off of Sullivan Canyon Fire Road that it has dropped and gone into the bottom of Sullivan Canyon.
Oh, no.
And it's going to start making a run towards Mandeville. I just wanted to clarify to make sure that we have aircraft in the air that can mitigate some of that stuff. I'm still in camp, though.
Here's Mandeville Canyon right here.
Resources on the eastern flank of Sullivan Canyon reporting that it is running towards Mandeville. Wanting to check on aircraft. Stand by.
So this canyon in the middle of the screen is Sullivan Canyon. The fire on the eastern flank has reached the bottom of this and is going to run uphill. That's what fire does. It burns usually slowly downhill and it runs uphill, and then it will come over into this over the ridge where we clearly have a lot more houses in Mandeville Canyon. At least you've got more roads, and up here, these are some pretty expensive houses too, I bet. Let's see if we can get Google Earth on that. Let's see.
Engine 49 from 1054 on V1.
You're going to call in a Heavy Equipment 1, repeat.
There's Sullivan Canyon. Here is Mandeville Canyon.
Sorry, trying to get all the Engine 49, not Heavy Equipment 1.
These are the houses on the other side of that hill at the top of Mandeville Canyon. Plenty of vegetation to support a fire run through this neighborhood, for sure. A lot of people have blurred out their house, which you can do on Google Earth. Just, oh, look at that. That's a beautiful little car.
Division Victor uniform from 1521 Charlie. On
White
command.
walls and everything. Some pretty good sized houses in a very desirable area. Unfortunately, this would be ripe for burning.
1521 Charlie, uniform Victor trainee.
The houses are made out of wood, so that is it can go up pretty quickly. So Sullivan Canyon, looks like the fire is in this northern part up here, where probably underneath a lot of these flights, and they're worried about just the very top of Mandeville Canyon. If it jumps over, it'll run over the top.
Division Victor uniform from 1521 Charlie on command.
Charlie, uniform Victor trainee on command. Go ahead.
Uniform Victor trainee 1521 Charlie is at LA County 69.
The fire they were talking about in those canyons is burning in the direction of Hollywood, but it's, I'd say, 5 miles away, and a lot of canyons, a lot of roads, a lot of opportunities to fight it between there and Hollywood, at least West Hollywood. West Hollywood's right here, okay? So it's down in this area. You got Hollywood, West Hollywood, and then the fire we're talking about is, I mean, they've got reservoirs and major roads and everything, a lot of access points to fight the fire before it gets in that area. But it's difficult to fight.
Operations, Night Yankee Zulu on command.
New trial, yes, Virginia. It's going to be in Thurston. Thurston, Washington starts their day about noon. So, because they're on the West Coast. It's crazy. It is crazy.
Operations, Night Yankee, Zulu on command.
Once again, we're having trouble with operations responding to radio calls. Looks like the day has started with the...
Night Branch 10, Night Yankee Zulu, he's still up on command.
We heard in the Eaton area. In Eaton, the firefighters over the first night took defensive stands.
Operations, Night Yankee Zulu, how do you copy?
On 15 different homes, and all 15 homes burned to the ground. That's where they said, we're going to try to stop the fire at this position. And they lost all those homes. They may have prevented other fires from burning, but the conditions were terrible for fighting a fire.
Go for operations.
And that's without water.
Operations, Night Yankee Zulu, just want to confirm a couple things. Do we still have the hard closures in place into Topanga Canyon? And is Topanga, the community, still under a mandatory evacuation warning?
Yes, on both.
Yeah, all hard closures shall be in place. Let me know if that's not being taken care of. And yes, you have evacuation orders to well above Topanga Canyon.
That is probably one of the most...
I copy. I think we're just dealing with the normal civilian traffic then.
That's probably one of the most threatened areas right now.
Yeah, copy that. Just be cognizant of those civilians. There is a lot of alternate roads that they're finding to come back to their area. Just do the best you can to push them out. We'll try to get law enforcement involved as well.
Roger that, Don. I do as well.
Okay, copy. And then still waiting on air attack. That's slowly pushing into the community here up.
Copy all.
They copy, but there's still no planes in the air. It's been about half an hour.
Division Alpha, Branch 1 on command.
Branch 1, go for Division Alpha on command.
Did you hear that conversation that the heavy equipment boss was having with operations regarding Mandeville Ridge?
Negative.
Yeah, I need you to work your way up West Ridge and get out there and confirm whether or not that's going to be threatening our secondary line.
Threatening our secondary
Yeah,
line?
I'm still up on the road right now, and the fire has crossed over the Sullivan Ridge, but it still has to back all the way down into the drainage and come back up to our side. So it's like I said, it's still on that east-facing aspect.
So airliner at 35,
perfect. Branch 1, copy
40,000 feet. Well above the flight
Branch
restriction.
1 operations, I copy. Just get air attack as soon as you get them overhead, and we can prioritize that. 3 main hits are going to be Mandeville Canyon, but if we have time, we also have it coming close to Topanga Canyon as well. Just know that.
Okay, so Mandeville Canyon, this main canyon here, you can see there are a lot of little roads, a lot of little offshoots with houses up through here.
Branch 1 operations.
And it's going to be this top end they're going to be most worried about.
Operations, Branch 1, copied all.
Topanga is over on the other side, down here.
Operations, Palisades Communications.
The fire is burning over this ridge here towards the Topanga area. That's the same part of the fire that basically burns that neighborhood we were worried about before.
1515 Palisades Drive. 1515 Palisades Drive. Are you able to send any resources that way?
Yeah, we'll get resources moving. 1515 Palisades Drive.
Address they just called out is
Communications copies.
is right here. Same neighborhood. Another flare up. So the fire is not out there. They just have a house that's threatened right here. It's a big house, big property anyway. That's right outside the gated community. I think we can see this one. Let's see if we can. A Caldwell Banker, the real estate office. That's a pretty elite location. Josh, thank you. Let me check it out. It's the same information. It's just visualized differently, Josh. That's it shows some of the burned acreage, but they're people that are basically taking the same information we're getting and putting it on a Google map. Okay, let's go back to let's see. We really want to see when we get some air tankers in the air. You can tell that up in the Topanga area. They're really nervous. They're like, where are those planes? We're waiting. We need, the fire's coming. It's burning downhill, and it's got the wind pushing it because the winds are still prevailing in the same direction. They're anxious for those the air assets to get on the ground. Let's see, is this one? No. As soon as you start up the engine on these airplanes, a lot of times the transponder is one of the first things you turn on, and so they might be on the ground getting ready to launch. Of course, they might also be coming out of another airport. I'm not sure. They did take off out of here before, out of yesterday, the Super Scoopers at least. So. What is the wind like? Are they still running water drops? Libby Lou, the sun has just come up. Visibility is the issue when you're doing fixed wing aircraft. They don't fly them at night unless it's under rare situations. Generally, the aircraft that are dropping retardant and water only fly during the day. But they were scheduled yesterday. I heard the call come out saying basically all the fixed wing aircraft are going to be grounded until 8 o'clock tomorrow, which... See. Hey Siri. Sorry. What time is it in Palisades, California?
It's 7:58 in Pacific Palisades, California.
So basically a couple more minutes. Okay, let's see if we can get the press conference pulled up. Give me just a second to see if we can find that.
Communications Air Operations on V1.
Palisades Communications.
Communications Air Operations. Message received. Aircraft will be lifting shortly.
There it is, 8 o'clock. That was the planned time.
Palisades Communications copies.
Yankee Zulu, LA County Task Force 59 Command.
Got.
Hey, do you have any units in the area of Medley and Skyhawk?
Let me verify. I believe 20 Charlie has some resources there.
Sorry, I'm looking for the live feeds to see if we can get this
I
press
copy.
conference.
We just got a walk-in report of a structure immediately threatened in the area of Medley and Sky. If you could have one of your units over there, get some eyes on that.
What was the walk-in report for?
Walk-in report was a structure immediately threatened by fire in the area of Medley and Skyhawk.
Medley and Skyhawk. Structure immediately threatened. The aerial views of the fire, a lot of areas is just smoke, and that's all that's there. I mean, you've just got, this is, from the air, this is all you can see. Burned areas. We're watching for a press conference that should be starting here momentarily. When it does, we're going to try to get it to you.
Air Operations, Palisades Communications.
Fox 11 is reporting that 17,234 acres of burned, still under 0% containment. Live shot from their helicopter. This is the helicopter that often brings us police chases in the LA area, and now bringing us fire watch. Stu was in the air yesterday. I'm not sure if he's up right now.
The red roofs, and I'm like, okay, this is the Palisades. And most of those homes are standing, but there are a cluster right there of a couple of them that are also burned to the ground. This is what's been going on for most of the Palisades fire, but there's sections of neighborhoods that are closer to Sunset Boulevard that we did kind of see through the smoke a little bit earlier on, that are literally burned to the ground, the entire neighborhood. It isn't one of those ones where there's one house here, one house there, and there's blocks and blocks and blocks of that. And while we were up there, I kind of was just doing the math. I was counting. There's about 40 homes in one of those residential blocks, and then you just kind of do we got 5 blocks right here. That's 200 homes at least that have burned to the ground. Now, there's still a lot of active fire, of course, out here, most of it getting into the vegetation.
Yeah, there's a ton. We can't stick with him too long on this one. But let's see if we can find this presser.
Update be a lot more than 17, I think. Oh, there's a home there, huh? Oh, is that saddle? Well, that's not good. Can't lose saddle.
This is ABC 7 helicopter.
Can we look down into Palisades right now? Right around 9 o'clock? We'll see if we can see down in there. See if right in there. To the right there. Can you see those homes? Are they?
Those ones
look
okay. Some that are burned. No, those are there's a bunch that look leveled there. Can't tell. There's some that are good.
I don't know. Who said 50 to 7? Josh Haskell said 50 to 75% of it was lost. That's an awful lot. Doesn't look like that much of it.
Go for traffic for operation.
Are those lost in there?
No.
Yeah.
Resources working the east flank near Sullivan Canyon reported that the fire is starting to run towards Mandeville.
And it started on that canyon just to the right side of that, to the west side, right by the reservoir. About a few of them started in there. That one fire that started, we battled in there, was due to construction, right? That little fire that burned up the hill.
Palisades Communications copy.
Yeah.
Trying to see through the smoke. This area doesn't look affected much at all. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that. Let me keep watching for a press conference. If you guys see a press conference, let me know where you're seeing it. Press conferences now, Sharon. Where are you seeing that? Is it like KTLA or?
Night uniform operations on V1.
Okay, Cal. Let me see if we can get that one.
Operations, night uniform, Victor, trainee, V1, go ahead.
And the active front. As Supervisor Horvath mentioned yesterday, wildfires do not care about jurisdictional boundaries. Between the city and the county, we are managing the various resources that are coming online with the increasing demands on our first responders. I saw this firsthand driving through the streets of Altadena yesterday. Driving up Lake Avenue, the devastation could not be missed. The number of homes, businesses, and buildings that were on the fire dwarfed in any sense of available resources. Altadena is a very unique and special part of the 5th District. It is a community that embodies the spirit of a big, small town, a community full of rich culture, history, and one that passionately supports the small businesses that drive its economy in the community. It is also one of the only communities in Los Angeles County that manages the urban wildland interface. Altadena is a resilient community. They have seen some significant battles before, but the scale of the impact today, and companies from El Dorado County and other parts of California joining Los Angeles County Fire in an effort to protect life and property. In the midst of the emergency, we've all seen individuals who are targeting vulnerable communities by burglarizing and looting homes. This is simply unacceptable.
We've only heard that there were a handful of those. You'll be hearing from our DA, Hochman, shortly regarding his efforts to hold these individuals accountable, and I promise you, you will be held accountable. Shame on those who are preying on our residents during this time of crisis. The emergency order will be strictly enforced by the Sheriff's Department, who are proactively patrolling to protect these communities from looting and any criminal activity. They have made 20 arrests of individuals who will be held accountable for the actions that they've taken. I want to thank President Joe Biden and Governor Gavin Newsom for pledging to bring federal and state resources to help Los Angeles County in our moment of need. President Biden's disaster declaration includes the promise of public assistance and individual assistance. We will begin the process of rebuilding. We will have critical resources available to ensure the residents of our communities are not fighting these battles alone. I intend to bring in a motion with Supervisor Horvath as my co-chair or co-author to ratify the county's emergency proclamation at the next Board of Supervisors meeting. Make no mistake, this board and this county will continue to do everything in our power to ensure the safety of our residents as we look forward to the path of recovery. With that, I would like to introduce Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
The mayor.
So we're waiting for the actual factual updates as far as the acreage.
So who are we going to? Mayor Bass. I'd like to introduce LA City Mayor Bass.
Thank you, Supervisor. One voice, that is the way we speak, and that is the way we stand here united. Los Angeles will stand united and stand strong. So first of all, my thoughts are with the thousands of Angelenos who are impacted by this emergency, as more Angelenos were forced to make the terrifying decision to evacuate. Our priorities, of course, are to keep Angelenos safe and to protect homes. The winds continue to be of a historic nature and a key factor of this firestorm. For much of Tuesday, the unprecedented winds prevented air operations to continue. However, as of yesterday, the winds have allowed for air operations, and that has enabled significant progress against the fires in Hollywood and Studio City last night. And as of 7:30 this morning, evacuation orders in Hollywood have been lifted. Angelenos cooperated. The community stood together. They evacuated, and Angelenos should continue to proceed with caution. Air operations are continuing rapidly in the Palisades, in Sylmar, and across our region. We continue to see our heroes, from our LA firefighters and from personnel, families,
looks like 20 people have been arrested
across
from
the
looting
county
so far.
and the state. We thank you. However, we continue to confront a big one-level firestorm. Historic winds and extensive drought have created a perfect storm that has driven people from their homes and have taken people's homes, and that has taken people's lives. I've been in the fire zones, and you can see how fast and devastating these wind-driven fires are. I know people from all over the nation are asking how they can help. So here are 2 essential ways. First of all, support the California Community Foundation Wildlife Recovery Fund at calfund.org, and support the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation at supportlafd.org. And in addition to shelters, Airbnb is offering free temporary housing. Go to 211la.org for more information. This, as we know, is a regional crisis. So working together is the only way we will get through this. That's why I've been in constant contact with my colleagues at the county, state, and federal level. President Biden, Governor Newsom have assured us of full state and federal support. And of course, County Chair Barger and I are fully coordinated, as I am with all of the local elected officials. And our fire departments, police departments, utilities, and other critical agencies are coordinated as well. We have pre-deployed, we are executing a strategy, and we are adapting to conditions on the ground in real time. This is absolutely an unprecedented historic firestorm, but we are all hands on deck. We need to continue to cooperate. We need to evacuate when asked to do so. We need to help others, help our neighbors. And first and foremost, we need to stay united. We need to stay strong. A united LA is the way we will recover, is the way we rebuild our communities. And with that, I believe I am introducing Supervisor Lindsay Horvat.
Welcome, Thomas. Good to have you here. Let me see if I can switch.
Elected officials and our fire departments, police departments, utilities, and other critical agencies are coordinated as well. We have pre-deployed, we are executing a strategy, and we are adapting to conditions on the ground in real time. This is absolutely an unprecedented historic firestorm, but we are all hands on deck. We need to continue to cooperate. We need to evacuate when asked to do so. We need to help others, help our neighbors. And first and foremost, we need to stay united. We need to stay strong. A united LA is the way we will recover, is the way we rebuild our communities. And with that, I believe I am introducing Supervisor Lindsay Horvat.
Good morning. The strength and resilience of Los Angeles County is more than anything we are seeing on the ground. I know this because of the relentless fight that our first responders, our firefighters, our law enforcement officials are putting forward, giving it everything they've got to take on each of these fires throughout the region. That being said, this is testing even the strongest among us. Last night, I personally received an alert from Nixle that I too was under evacuation warning, and I was put in the shoes of tens of thousands of Angelenos who have been facing this from the moment the fires broke out. No one should have to choose which priceless memento they're going to take with them or leave behind in order to stay safe, for their families to stay safe, for their communities to be safe. I've heard from so many community members about the pricelessness of the community centers, the faith centers. I know that in the Palisades alone, there are more than 20,000 Jewish community members. And I was contacted by the Jewish Federation and the work that they are doing throughout the region to support the Jewish community. We've heard with the Ayden fire, the loss of so many faith centers throughout the Palisades fire and so much more. These are not just structures. These are places where people have made lasting memories, memories they will hold on to. But as they look at their community now, their hearts break, and we are in mourning with them. This is a time of grief, and that is why it is tremendous that our governor and our president and all of the leaders behind me and all of the leaders out throughout Los Angeles are standing strong for all of our Angelenos who are suffering great heartache. The Pacific Palisades has suffered immense loss, and my heart goes out to all of the residents who are continuing to try to understand what is left of their homes. In the Topanga Canyon, I've been speaking with residents throughout the night, and I know that One Topanga and TSEP have been in constant communication with those on the ground, and we are in communication with them to ensure that we are supporting Topangans on the ground. I know there's this morning a fire active behind the lumber yard, and the chief has personally deployed resources to ensure that we are actively fighting the fires in Topanga. Topanga Canyon is a treasure, and we are fighting to protect it. Sunset Mesa, when you look at what is left, is heartbreaking. The community members of Malibu and Santa Monica, which last night declared a curfew because of the tragedy that they're experiencing on top of the fire, people trying to take advantage of this crisis. It's absolutely unacceptable, and we will all stand together to keep each and every neighborhood safe. The Hollywood Hills, my heart broke with you last night. I am grateful for the swift work and the aerial assault that took place in order to protect our Hollywood Hills quickly. When you saw a home go up in flames in Studio City, you wondered if that was going to be the next outburst. The residents of Studio City, we stand with you. And in Sylmar, we have at least achieved some containment of the Hearst fire, but we have a long way to go. And we are watching and standing with you. This is a moment where we will share detailed updates, but we will not forget that behind each of these updates is a person who deserves our support. With that, gas shutoffs continue to affect more than 15,000 people in Malibu from Brentwood Country Club to Pepperdine. A boil water advisory remains in effect for the Sunset Mesa community from Topanga Beach and Coastline Drive to the south on Shore Heights Drive on the north and Topanga Canyon to Carbon Canyon Road in Malibu, including communities of Big Rock and Carbon Mesa.
That's a lot of this area.
Metro fares remain suspended today thanks to the leadership of Metro Board Chair Hahn and our CEO Stephanie Wiggins. If you have essential travel today, please do so safely away from the areas of the evacuation orders. If you do not have essential travel, please remain indoors. For the latest updates and service impacts,
it actually
you can
does
go
help.
to
A lot of people lost their cars in this.
alerts.metro.net. LA County Assessor Jeffrey Prang has shared property tax installment deferral applications, misfortune, calamity, damage reassessment applications, and disaster relief FAQ for property owners affected by the fires at assessor.lacounty.gov.
North Carolina didn't
All
do that for hurricane
LAUSD
victims.
schools and Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District schools in the 3rd District are closed. With that, mental health supports are available through the county's Department of Mental Health. You can call 800-854-7771. Please use this resource. We know you are experiencing traumatic pain, and we want to do our best to help start healing. Thank you for the outpouring of support from across the county and across the country. Emergency Network LA is coordinating volunteers and support through enla.org. Our county is doing everything possible to respond to these fires until they are contained. And as Chair Barger referenced, today is a day of mourning. And in the words of former President Carter, Our faith calls us to do all that we can, wherever we can, with all we can. And in this spirit, indeed in this moment calls us to do the same. Thank you. Next, I'd like to welcome LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. I will be providing an Eaton Fire update in addition to a Region 1 update. The Eaton Fire remains estimated to be 10,600 acres, and growth has been significantly stopped. And we have 0% containment. We have over 879 firefighting personnel assigned, and mutual aid resources continue to arrive to assist with this firefight. From this point forward, incident fatality information and reporting will be the responsibility of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. We have several reported injuries and over 1,000 structures damaged and destroyed. The cause of the fire remains unknown, and it continues to be under active investigation. As I stated yesterday, as soon as a cause is determined, we will advise the media. The Lydia fire that started yesterday in Ayden has been 40% contained, and forward progress has been stopped. It is limited to 348 acres.
I don't have that on this map.
The number of resources assigned to this fire siege event has increased significantly, and we have a much better posture than we did on Tuesday and Wednesday. Out-of-state resources continue to arrive in Los Angeles County and City, and we are appreciative to our fire partners from throughout the Western United States for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Regarding the current red flag warning, the National Weather Service predicts the warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and the majority of Ventura County through Friday. I would like to also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Lori Moore Merrill from the U.S. Fire Administration, who flew out with her team from Washington, D.C. last night to be with Fire Chief Crowley and I so they could witness firsthand the challenges and the devastation that have resulted. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the tireless efforts of my LA County Fire Department personnel, both on the front lines and those behind the scenes, who continuously place themselves in harm's way to protect residents and property in our great county of Los Angeles. Thank you for always being there, and continue to be safe as they take care of themselves, those around them, and the people we serve and protect. Thank you, and I'd now like to invite up Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief Maroney. So good morning.
Good morning.
We continue to battle multiple major brush fires in the city of Los Angeles and across the Los Angeles region. Today, we expect winds to subside somewhat, which will allow fire crews to increase containment lines. However, and I want to be very clear here as well, we are still under red flag warning with extreme fire behavior possibilities. Before I give you an update on several fires in the city of Los Angeles, I have to take a moment, for all the right reasons, to thank the residents of Los Angeles and our surrounding areas for heeding our instructions. Today, it is absolutely imperative that as we move into day 3 of this firestorm, all members of our Los Angeles community maintain vigilance. I will now give you an update of our activities that occurred overnight. Palisades fire, as we know, started January 7th at 10:30 hours in the morning. Size at this point is 17,234 acres. We are in unified command LAFD, CAL FIRE, LA County Fire, LAPD, and LA Sheriffs. 0% containment. Extreme fire behavior continues to challenge firefighting efforts for the Palisades area. Wind gusts are up to 60 miles per hour and are expected to resume throughout the entire day.
This plane is doing aerial
Firefighters
photography.
and air resources will continue to work to protect the community and infrastructures and gain control so that we can contain this fire. Damage assessments are ongoing at the Palisades fire. Preliminary reports estimate the damage or destroyed structures to be in the thousands. It is safe to say that the Palisades fire is one of the most destructive natural disasters in the history of Los Angeles. We will continue to provide additional information as it becomes available. I'll move on to the Hearst fire. January 7th start. The size, 855 acres. We're unified in command, LAFD, United States Fire Service, Angeles National Forest, and LAPD. 0% containment. Firefighters held the fire within a planned containment area and are successful, and we have established a perimeter. Crews were able to get a handle on a few of the flare-ups over the night. We will continue to strengthen our containment lines and create a number of dozer lines to minimize the fire growth. Next, Woodley fire started on January 8th. The size, 30 acres. Containment, fully contained, and we are using fire patrols to monitor the area for any flare-ups. The fire has been declared as a knockdown, and there are no current threats. Next, the Sunset fire, which is in the Runyon Canyon area, started last night, January 8th. Size 42.8 acres. Forward progress, I'm very glad to share with everybody, was stopped, and the crews are working to put out spot fires within the perimeters and to keep the wind from spreading any additional embers. As of 7:30 this morning, all evacuation orders have been lifted. This fire was rapidly and aggressively attacked by using coordinated air and ground fire suppression efforts. Residents heeded our timely evacuation orders. More information to come on that. Next up, the Sunswept fire, which is in the Studio City area. As I talked about all the previous incidents, on top of this, our fire department was faced with another massive challenge. A very large structure fire encompassing 2 large hillside homes with heavy fire, which exposed brush, broke out in the Studio City area of Los Angeles. The high winds caused the fire to extend within the adjacent brush, potentially causing another additional brush fire. Our LAFD poured all available resources into this fire, and through a combined effort, were successful in preventing another devastating brush fire. Our firefighters stopped the forward progress at just under 1 acre. Also, to be clear, all of the incidents that I just spoke about are all under an active investigation. Let's talk about the preparations for today. The LAFD continues to augment and recall all of our firefighters to fill every single available seat on every single available apparatus within the city of Los Angeles. Firefighters continue to move into the Southern California region from across the western region of the United States, and we are very, very grateful for any assistance that we are receiving. Weather conditions are beginning to turn favorably, which will allow us to increase our containment lines. Again, our primary focus remains on impacting and affecting rescues and saving lives while protecting property. The multiple incidents across the city and the region continue to tax our firefighters. However, rest assured that every single firefighter, first responder, law enforcement officer across the region remains 100% committed to protecting our communities. Here's your call to action. Stay informed with trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate if you live near a wildland area. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. We also ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any impacted areas which we want to make sure there's zero room for any other issues when it comes to delays for our firefighters, first responders to get to where we need to go. I want to take just a moment to thank every single Los Angeles resident who's been impacted by this for staying vigilant, supporting our first responders, and helping your neighbors. Thank you to Mayor Bass, our city leadership, everybody that is here. As you can see, we stand with every single community member, business, anybody that's been negatively impacted by all of these incidents. We stand with you. We're going to remain strong with you as well. And I tell you, we're throwing everything at this that we possibly can, and we're going to move through this and continue to support one another. With that, I will go ahead and introduce our next speaker, which is Sheriff Luna. Sir?
Good morning, Robert Luna, Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Currently, we have well over 400 sheriff's personnel that are still actively deployed to the fires, in addition to our normal staffing for patrol-related functions throughout the County of Los Angeles. Deputies continue to assist our residents with evacuations. They are performing a lot of humanitarian missions. So many stories to share, don't have time right now. Providing food and blankets to people, rescuing people who, unfortunately, did not evacuate when they were asked to. Yeah. So you've heard it over and over up here. A lot of the stories of heroic actions by our deputy sheriffs, police officers, or firefighters, a lot of them are taking place from people who did not choose to evacuate, putting their own lives at risk. So please, if you're asked to evacuate, because it's not only your life you're putting in danger. We continue to conduct roving patrols, manning hard road closures, providing security in evacuation areas to prevent anyone who may be tempted to engage in criminal behavior like looting. It was mentioned earlier before by the supervisor, and I'm going to make this crystal clear to everybody out there. Over last night and this morning, we are up to 20 individuals who chose to go into our areas and deprive these poor people who have been through so much of their property. Absolutely unacceptable. And I'm going to give direction to our department members. As you know, when we have an evacuation order
to shoot on
by
site.
Law, if you remain in that area, you are guilty of a misdemeanor. If you commit certain crimes, it could jump up to a felony. I'm going to be asking our employees to start enforcing that. That is very different than a curfew. Why? Because it's 24/7. I don't have to wait for the sun to go down or the sun to come up. If you are in one of these areas and you do not belong there, you are going to be subject to arrest. I hope that is as clear as I can make it, because our first choice isn't to do enforcement. It's not to make arrests. It's to help people. But if people choose to commit crimes, they're going to be held accountable. And the DA, who is standing next to me, will clarify even that a little bit further. This continues to be a fluid and evolving crisis, and the numbers that we release throughout this incident are going to fluctuate. So anything we say is subject to change. We're getting information from our boots on the ground. It's very chaotic out there because it's still so fluid. So forgive us if we give a number and then we have to modify those numbers. I talked about the 20 arrests that have been made so far. Unfortunately, I do expect that to go up. We're not going to tolerate that kind of activity. We have substantially increased our deployment of deputies at the fixed traffic post and are trying to limit and clear out any unauthorized vehicles or people in these areas. I do want to talk as we are summoning more resources. I have been in contact with the chief of the Office of Emergency Services for the state of California. Obviously, that's done at the direction of Governor Newsom.
Maybe they're issuing
from the get-go of this, he has offered any and all resources to us in law enforcement, and they're doing the same for fire, but I'll specifically talk about policing. The California National Guard is on standby at our direction, specifically my direction, and we, along with my partner Jim McDonnell at the LAPD, are currently in discussions if we are going to need them or how we would deploy them as the hours go on. So stand by for that information as the hours tick on.
The National Guard is under the sheriff's direction?
Chief Maroney mentioned this regarding any death toll information.
Yes.
Yes, we had preliminary numbers yesterday. I got to be honest with you, as I reviewed some of those last night and this morning, I was not satisfied with some of the information that we're getting.
He's not gonna share.
And it's not the fault of our people. The people that are working under very difficult conditions are doing their best to do what they need to do. At one point, we'll be able to do a more thorough search of these impacted areas. Some of them look like a bomb was dropped in them, where we will be able to bring in canines and other things to help us hopefully not discover too many fatalities. That's our prayer. But this is a crisis, and we don't know what to expect, but we're ready for everything. So all information, at least on the county side of this equation, we're working with our coroner's office. We'll figure out those numbers. So be patient with us when you ask us about death toll numbers. Right now, frankly, we don't know yet. We eventually will. Evacuations overall for Palisades, Eaton, Hearst, and Lydia fires, the number in both county and city areas, evacuation orders are impacting 179,783 residents. That's nearly 180,000 people in Los Angeles County that are currently under evacuation orders, with another close to 200,000 residents that are under evacuation warnings. I cannot emphasize enough that I urge residents that are asked to evacuate to follow our warnings. I gave some examples earlier. I'm going out through my staff, hey, give me some stories where our deputies are just constantly putting their life on the line, and in every example I'm given is as a result of somebody who chose not to evacuate. I don't want to tell those stories anymore. I don't want to give stories of our first responders being injured, specifically our communities being injured. Please, if you're told to evacuate, evacuate. Two of our sheriff substations are out of power, running on generators. That's both our Altadena and Crescentia Valley stations. They're right in the thick of things. They're engaged in all of the work that I've described. The issues of mutual aid. Will consistently evaluate and reevaluate the needs for more law enforcement personnel. But I can tell you I'm getting calls from all over this region, from other sheriffs and police chiefs. Everybody wants to help. And that's awesome. That's part of our profession. Very proud to be part of it. The last thing I'll say is, for any specific information regarding evacuation orders or warnings or any road closures, and there's a lot of them, please go to lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you very much. And with that, I am going to introduce the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
So he was said to have one job, and that was to give us the death toll, and he passed on that. Look at this flight. This plane is mapping an area that has no fire.
I'll start off with a sincere thank you to all who have cooperated and supported the first responders and others who've been out there doing the best they can to make this as manageable as it can be. We're still on full tactical alert at the LAPD in support of our fire partners to be able to accomplish their mission. We're assisting with safety as well as the evacuation sites. You heard the sheriff quote the numbers of people who are out there using those. And again, we want to provide every level of safety we can for those involved in that effort. We've been joined by our Port Police and Los Angeles World Airport Police partners as part of the city family in doing the jobs that we're doing as we move forward today. But I want to thank our team. Many of our team and many of the people who are here behind me have left their families in fire areas to come to work to be able to help others. We've had a large number of people who have been evacuated, a large number of people in this group here who either family or friends have lost their own homes and lost everything they own and are dealing with taking care of young families at the same time while they're trying to balance the needs of work with the needs and responsibilities of family. We truly are all in this together, and we have to look at it that way as we move forward. The advice I would give is consistent with what you've heard. The air is not healthy for people who are challenged from a respiratory standpoint. So if you don't have to come into an area that's so impacted, please don't. Traffic, we're trying to maintain ingress and egress to our emergency areas for first responders in particular. We had, as you heard, people coming in still from other states to be able to help in the fire suppression effort, and we need them to be able to get in and be able to do what they need to do as easily as possible. The evacuations, they will probably still continue as the winds pick up. So we want to be able to do that as effectively as we can. Again, I said thank you for the cooperation, but I ask for additional cooperation should the need arise as we move forward. This is anything but predictable. We're thankful for the wind conditions we have now and the ability for our fire partners to try and make up for lost time, to be able to put containment around several of our burn areas and to be able to move forward on that. But again, I just want to say that you've heard from, and you'll hear in a minute from the DA, but from the sheriff about our crime suppression efforts. For those who want to take advantage of others, we're there. We're going to be there, and we're going to be working to hold you accountable for what you're doing in that regard. But as this runs its course, fatigue will certainly become a significant factor for those who are both directly involved in the operation as well as members of our community. So again, we are very thankful for the people who are doing this on all of our behalf, but we need to stick together. We need to support each other, and this is a thing where morale is a big deal for both the community and all of our folks. So take care of each other out there, and let's do the best we can. Thank you.
This plane is mapping areas that are threatened by fire.
Our DA Hockman. It's now my pleasure to introduce the newly elected District Attorney of Los Angeles County, Nathan Hockman.
He's flying a pattern that's dictated by GPS, very precise patterns, so the images will all overlay and stitch together so they can get one
Yesterday,
massive picture
I bore
of that area.
witness by walking and driving through Pacific Palisades. I ended up at my sister's house, a house where she and her husband had raised 4 boys, celebrated birthdays, barbecues, and whatnot, and that house has been burned to the ground. And not just her house, but all her neighbors, up and down each one of the blocks I traveled. Those houses no longer exist. They are now basically rubble. And I haven't seen something like that, and I've lived here almost over 60 years. In the entire time I've been here, it looked apocalyptic. Not since the 1990s, when Los Angeles was hit with the fires, the flood, the earthquake, and the riots, have I seen such disaster occur here in our city. But like back then, Los Angeles has true grit. It has resilience. And it will rebuild, and it will rebuild better than ever. But along the way, there might be people out there who want to take advantage of the people who are suffering these tragic losses. These criminals need to hear, as they've heard from the sheriff, as they've heard from Chief McDonald, an unmistakably clear message that if you want to go ahead and loot, if you want to commit burglary, if you want to engage in grand theft, if you want to engage in these internet scams where you're going to take advantage of people who are going to be seeking insurance and government benefits.
Oh, we get those calls.
You will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the reason I want to send this warning now is I don't want any mistake later that somehow they thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. These acts are despicable, and we will prosecute them with maximal punishment. So I want to make sure that message is received loud and clear, because the first responders in this situation have been simply heroic. As I was in Pacific Palisades, I not only saw fire departments from LA County and LA City, I saw Rialto, Poway, Redding, fire engines from across this entire state that have come to our rescue. And thank you. Thank you to all the first responders. When it comes to law enforcement, it's an all-hands-on-deck operation with law enforcement and the DA's office. Again, detectives are putting on uniforms and getting out there on the streets to protect us. We owe them a huge thank you. And from the DA's office, if we do get these cases, please be on notice. that we are going to try and deter you from committing the crimes in the first place. But if you do commit these crimes, do not expect anything else than maximal punishment. I'll now introduce LA County Public Works Director Mark Priscilla.
Good morning.
This is a disappointing press
conference. My
conference.
name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the director of the Los Angeles County Public Works Agency. First, I want to say my heart, of course, goes out to everyone affected by the devastating event. I personally toured many of the areas yesterday and met with residents. And as everyone here has described, it's an absolute tragedy, including the life safety support system, our infrastructure that has been destroyed that supports life in these communities. I know from personal experience that feeling a loss from a wildfire, and I have tremendous respect for our firefighters and other first responders, our police force, the Sheriff's Department for the work they are currently doing. In fact, our current mission, which has been going 24/7 for 3 days now, is to support our fire department and our Sheriff's Department and the local PDs in their efforts to save lives. That is our number one mission right now and what we are currently continuing to do, unfortunately, as this event is still active. We are also focusing on the inevitable recovery and repopulation of the areas that we will build back and build back strong. The current focus is on utility restoration, and I know many people are already asking about that. Your sewer, water, your power system, and the transportation system have all been significantly damaged. The heat of this system, the wind that blew also knocked down thousands of trees into the roadway. So what we have is a tremendous amount of debris throughout the communities that have had experienced this fire. This debris has been moved enough to let our firefighters and our sheriff and PD into the area to do their work, but it's going to need to be processed and moved safely out of the area, and we are working on a coordinated effort across LA County to do debris removal, the debris removal that it will be necessary to restore the community back to its former way of life. The debris can be hazardous. The debris that is on the private property is considered hazardous and may be toxic. And so I want to warn everybody now that is either there who's remained behind or who is visiting the areas, as was mentioned earlier, it is not safe. It is not safe to touch the debris. It is not safe to remove the debris yourselves. There is a process for that, and we will be mobilizing with the City of Los Angeles to provide a health review of every property and make sure that when we move that debris, that it's done in a way that's safe and safe for you and for the other residents who remain behind in the area.
No one can do their own cleanup. The government
we
has
are
to
also
step in.
working on water supply system. The water supply system currently is still supplying fire suppression. Last night we got to see the wonderful use of our reservoirs, the city's reservoirs and our reservoirs, to take water from the reservoirs and actually use firefighting event aerial attacks to the system. You saw what a difference that made in the firefight last night, and those reservoirs are full and continue to be ready and at the disposal of our firefighting friends. The municipal water system continues to suffer poor water quality due to the introduction of ash and debris into our reservoirs and into our filtration systems. So there are specific areas that we are asking for water to be boiled. I would just say with all caution, anyone who's remained behind, if there is any residence in your area that is burned to the ground and you are still there, you should just go ahead and boil water. We will be actively coming to communities in the next day, within this day or next day, delivering water, domestic water to people who remain in the fire zone area. LA County will be coordinating that effort, not only for the District 29, but also we'll be working with the City of LA to deliver water to residents who've remained behind or who again have partial damage and are maybe staying in their homes. I want to again just mention that a firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from municipal water systems for several hours is just not sustainable. That's why the air support is so important. Our residents in the Sunset Mesa, Topanga Beach area, Coastline Drive on the south to Shore Heights Drive on the north are up in the area. This is a partial damaged area or a threatened area. The Topanga Canyon Road to Carbon Canyon Road Mesa as well is another area that's threatened. So all of what I just talked about applies to you residents who are there. Now, what can we do? What can the public do? What you should be doing as we sort of still active fire. I will reiterate that it's extremely important to listen to the sheriff and to PD when you are asked to evacuate immediately. Do not hesitate. Do not wait. Your life is not worth it. The systems that you're leaving behind, they are going to be impacted and they cannot be restarted easily. So I know a lot of people are talking about, starting up. If you're thinking about creating your own water and sewer and power system at your home, I want you to be very careful about that. That is not something that a licensed contractor should be doing, or our utility folks. Please don't do that. As I said yesterday, if you're leaving your home,
sewer system?
I want to make sure that you lock that home, that you close that home up tight, and that you leave access for firefighters by not closing gates or creating a situation where they can't get to your home to fight off fire. The road system is impacted heavily throughout LA County, including city and county areas. There are multiple, in fact, hundreds of stop signals that are currently flashing red. I want to remind everybody that you treat that as a stop sign and you stop for that flashing. And if you come to a barricade, you need to turn around because those streets are closed for the purpose of recovery and not for looky-loos. Please do not argue with the sheriffs that are there or the PD. If the road is closed, there's a good reason for it. It's because it's not safe for you to be in that area. And that safety includes the debris that I was talking about. Trees down, potholes, road systems destroyed. There could be breaks in the roadway that could cause major damage to your vehicle. So I'm asking that you comply with all road closures until further notice. We are available as a 24/7 agency. You can reach our department at 1-800-675-HELP. We do need every citizen. There's something else you can do. If you see something, please tell us about it. Whether it's a gas leak, whether it's a utility line down, if it's a signal that's not malfunctioning, if it's a sewer system leak, any of those things that keep our life safety system going, we need to know about them so we can catalog them and get to them. Please know, and I do need to mention, that all of the utility workers, not just my folks at LA County Public Works, but the folks at the City of Los Angeles, the folks at the Southern California Edison, the gas company, we are all coordinating with each other to restore your systems. And our folks are all working 24/7. There are many heroic stories, like the sheriff and fire have, of our utility folks out in the middle of the night, 24/7, getting those systems back up into place. And I want to thank all of the utility workers who are out there doing their job, who are not going home to family at night. They are actually working 24/7 as well. With that, I want to introduce the CEO and Chief Engineer of the Department of Water Power, Janice Quinones.
Good morning. I am Janice Quinones, CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. LADWP crews continue to work around the clock to restore power and support firefighting efforts. On the power front, we have restored about 200,000 customers so far since the windstorm started. And as of this morning, we have approximately 95,000 customers out. We have 118 crews, DWP crews, working around the clock to restore powers as fast and as safe as possible. We're expecting our mutual aid crews coming from PG&E to arrive today and support the restoration efforts. Our restoration times are ranging from 24 to 48 hours. We are prioritizing wires down, so if you see a wire down, please call 911 and we'll send crews immediately to make the area safe. However, if you live in the fire-impacted areas or near those areas, you might experience longer outages, mainly because either our equipment has been compromised due to the fire, we're not able to access the area yet, or we're proactively shutting out the power for the safety of our firefighters and first responders. On the water side, the boil water notice for Palisades on zip code 90272 continues in effect, and it will continue in effect for at least 48 hours. I have water quality engineers taking samples around the system to ensure that the water quality remains a priority for our consumers. We continue to support LAFD and CAL FIRE and water supply issues and firefighting response, including opening our water reservoirs, as mentioned by Mark yesterday. Hollywood Reservoir was a critical asset when we were fighting the Sunset Fire. So all our reservoirs are open, that are open air for air assets, and we continue to work around the clock with other water agencies to increase the supply and pressure of the water system, including Metropolitan Water District. I want to end this by thanking DWP crews and personnel for their commitment and efforts to support the restoration of LA. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And now, Chair Barker.
I also want to, we recognized President Biden and Governor Newsom, but we also have here with us today Congressmember George Whitesides, Congressmember Laura Friedman, Senator Sasha Renee Perez, Assemblymember Celeste Rodriguez, and Malibu Mayor Doug Stewart. Make no mistake, we are all working together, and I want to thank you all for being here. I know our Congress representatives flew in, and we appreciate it, and we are all in this together. With that, we'll take some questions.
Thank you, Chair Barker. So just a couple rules of the road. So I'll call on you. When you get called upon, please announce your name and which media outlet you are with, and we'll start right here in the middle.
Jonathan Bigliotti with CBS News. For Mayor Bass, please. Mayor, LA County is in a panic state. It began 2 days ago with the Palisades fire. My crew and I arrived shortly after it started. And for several hours, we watched as hundreds of homes in a neighborhood burned to the ground. We did not see a single fire engine. We watched as Good Samaritans guided traffic. There was fear and there was a lot of confusion. You were out of the country at the time. Shortly after the fire started, a press release was put out warning of this fire behavior. My question to you is, what explains this lack of preparation and rapid response?
Let me just say, first and foremost, my number one focus, and I think the focus of all of us here with one voice, is that we have to protect lives, we have to save lives, and we have to save homes. Rest assured that when rest assured, let me finish. Rest assured, when that is done, when we are safe, when lives have been saved and homes have been saved, we will absolutely do an evaluation to look at what worked, what didn't work, and to correct or to hold accountable any body, department, individual, etc. But my focus right now is on the lives and on the homes.
Do you think your leadership was effective while responding to this disaster?
I just said what I believe is the most important thing for us to do right now, and that is going to continue to be my focus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the middle with the laptop.
Before we go on, I want to introduce, because this is an important announcement to be made, the U.S. Forest Service Fire Chief Robert Garcia has an announcement regarding a decision being made on the National Forest.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to share that in the overnight hours last night, the U.S. Forest Service, in an effort to reduce calls for service and reduce potential risk for wildfire, we've made a decision until further notice that the Angeles National Forest is closed. And so we'll get some additional information out, press release, that kind of information on the details of that closure, but it's similar to the types of orders that the county and the city have instituted regarding curfews and access and that type of thing. So the Angeles National Forest will be closed till further notice, likely till we get through this current fire weather event.
Thank you for that. We'll go in the middle. Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Thomas Fuller from the New York Times. For Chief Luna, I just wanted to follow up on what you said about you weren't satisfied with the information that you were getting on fatalities. It's been widely reported that there were 5 deaths, at least 5 deaths. Do you believe that death toll is not accurate, and do you think it's less than that?
Based on all the information that I've received in the last probably 8 hours, I want to be more confident in the specific information that I'm getting. So what we're doing now is going back through everything, because you got to understand the urgency, the chaotic nature of what we're dealing with, and we're still in the middle of that. So I want to make sure that as we go forward, at least for the Sheriff's Department, we're actually having our homicide unit involved, because they don't only do murder investigations, they do death investigations, that I'm going to change the system and verify each number. Because I don't care if it's just one, that's somebody's family. That's somebody we love and care for. So I want to make sure that's solid before we start presenting that information. Unfortunately, based on the preliminary information I've seen, at least in the two large fires that we're dealing with on each side of the county, unfortunately, I think the death toll will rise. I hope I'm wrong, but I think it's going to rise.
Thank you for that. Let's go right over here in the front.
Yeah, Josh Haskell, ABC7 Eyewitness News. Mayor Bass, I've been on the fire lines the last 2 days. I've never seen firefighters this desperate. At fire hydrants, water not coming out, the pressure is so low, the number one tool that they use to fight these fires, not there. How frustrated are you about that? And also, I'm getting texts right now from the Palisades Highlands community. We're almost 48 hours after this fire started. There's not resources up there. The hydrants aren't working. Where's the National Guard? Where are miles and miles of water tenders? How are we addressing this? Your reaction.
First of all, you asked me, was I frustrated by this? Of course, because we all know that this has been an unprecedented event. We also know that fire hydrants are not constructed to deal with this type of massive devastation, and that the number one problem, especially on Wednesday, was the fact that we weren't able to do the air support because of the winds. And so, of course, I am absolutely frustrated by that. I am not sure that is correct, that there are no resources up there, but rest assured, as soon as we are done here, I will follow up on that.
But those homes, the first day and a half, there were homes up there that had been protected by the fire. And then I went up there yesterday and there were
that had been protected?
That it basically had been saved. Obviously, the fire's moving different directions, but when I went up there yesterday, there were not a lot of resources. We drove around, and then I know that things got worse up there. I'm just wondering, now that we move 48 hours past, how are we addressing these water problems that are continuing, and is it acceptable that they continue?
Well, let me just say that the water problems are a little better now because the winds are such that we can go up and have the air support. And you know that that was the reason that the devastation was so bad, the unprecedented wind, the strength of the wind, and the fact that the air support could not go up.
And if Chief Crowley wants to talk to this, there have been many fires before where air support is not available, and we depend upon these ground resources and crews. Was there a plan in place for that, and did the resources get here quickly enough? And talk about an update to air support today.
Right. So thank you for that question. As we know, and you heard all of the incidents that are occurring at this point. Palisades was the first brush fire that we were attacking at that moment. You talk about specific pre-deploying.
It's getting spicy.
We put resources in place, pre-deploying, knowing that the winds were coming. With that, when the fire did light and take off, rapid response. Very dynamic situation. Air to ground resources coordinating. Now, with the winds, I don't think we can overstate that enough. There's no excuse in regard to the winds were too much, but the reality is the winds are so dynamic. And at that tipping point, when our resources, air resources were grounded, that changes our strategies and tactics. We called for the world in regard to the number of resources and what we needed, who we needed, immediate need. Every single resource that was available at that moment responded. You talked about 48 hours later, where are we now, right? Again, I already spoke on if we don't have water, we find water, we use water tenders, we draft water. The fire department, first responders, we're going to do everything in our absolute effort to do what we can do with what we've got. The good news is, with the wind subsiding, you're going to see water drops, you're going to see rotary, you're going to see fixed wings all day, unless something changes. Again, I did say 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts even today. So very, very dynamic situation. With that, also, you said about the other homes, no fire resources there. As winds change, our resources change, we redistribute, we move, and that's the dynamic situation that we are in, even in day 3. That's what I wanted to say about that.
We'll
Thank
go
you.
right behind. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, I have another question for you. Bob DeCastro over here from Good Day LA, Fox 11. Another issue, another concern about resources and in particular staffing as well. And we heard from firefighters even on the front lines expressing frustrations about, obviously it's a challenge right now. They're bringing in firefighters from all across the Western region. But can you address the criticism now over the budget issue and the slashing, $17 million slashing?
I think
of the
if
budget?
you go back and look at the reductions that were made, there were no reductions that were made that would have impacted the situation that we were dealing with over the last couple of days. And then there was a little bit of confusion because money was allocated to be distributed later on, which was actually going to support salaries and other parts of the fire department that were distributed a little later. So I think it's most important to understand that we were in tough budgetary times. Everybody knew that, but that the impact of our budget really did not impact what we've been going through over the last few days. Again, back to the unprecedented windstorm, when at such ferocity that we haven't seen in years, is the context in which we were dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go over here on this side. Did you have your hand up with the blue? Name and media outlet, please.
Hi, Grace Tui with the Los Angeles Times. I was hoping Chief Crowley could talk a little bit more about the start of the Palisades fire. We'd heard that, I know we don't know why it started, but we'd heard that it started possibly in a garden in someone's backyard, if you could confirm that. And then how long do we know it took for it to actually reach homes? And I know you said that resources were pre-deployed, but do we know were there actually fire crews in the Palisades when it did start?
Right. So I'll start with your second question, and we'll go back. Actually, I'll start with your first one. As for where the start of the fire was in the Palisades fire, again, currently under active investigation. We have our arson investigators that are out right now as we speak, and they are actively investigating. As soon as we have information, we will share that with all of you. I know there's obviously, for the right reasons, a lot of interest in that. So with that, we'll circle back. When we come to pre-deployment, yes, we have our local fire stations that are assigned, Fire Station 69, Fire Station 23 in the Palisades area. They were fully staffed. Also pre-deployment in those areas, and we can also share the exact locations of where they were, how much we bolstered in regard to resources in the Palisades area. And also, mind you, we pre-deploy in the very high fire hazard severity zones, knowing that those are the communities most at risk during a wind event. So not only did we pre-deploy in the Palisades area, but also in other critical areas within the city. I don't know exactly, but we certainly can get that to you. Thank you.
Hi, Dakota Smith with the LA Times. I have a two-part question again for the two fire chiefs. First off, have drones, unauthorized drones, been a problem, and have they hurt firefighting efforts? Secondly, in terms of the LAFD hydrants, was there any scaling back of the inspection of those hydrants in the last year and did that affect the firefighting effort, to Chief Crowley?
Sure. So as for your first question with the drones, I don't have any information on that, so I can't share anything with you on that. In regard to the hydrants, historically, January is our hydrant testing phase. What I can tell you is we work closely with the Department of Water and Power. Those hydrants themselves are DWP's hydrants. They're to service the fire department. We partner with DWP in regard to that testing. Now, the very dynamic situation of where we are currently with the wildland season, if you may, there was a decision to postpone. We did not, in regard to the January start date, we have all year to test them. And also, mind you, our local fire stations are every single day going up and down the streets and looking at our hydrants. If there's any damage to hydrants, we report those as well. We were just kicking off that time frame of the beginning of the year when we normally would. What we did was postpone that until, because of the call volume that we're dealing with, and we're working closely with DWP at that point. I don't think it negatively impacted our abilities in this specific area. Thank you.
Thank you. In the third row there.
David Zahnizer with the Los Angeles Times. I have a two-part budget question. My first part is, can you talk about the reserve fund? Last year, there was a lot of concern that the reserve fund had fallen below 4% and was heading toward that 2.75 number that I think makes it difficult for the city to authorize spending. Do you know how low it has gotten at this point, and how quickly you're burning through the reserve?
Do you want to go with your second question too?
Sure.
Go right ahead.
The second question is, do you have any concern about blowing through the reserve before the state and federal money will arrive?
So let me just say that, as I said a few minutes ago, our number one priority right now is to save lives, to protect lives, to save homes. I'm not here to talk about the status of our budget. If you would like to do that on another occasion, that would be fine in terms of the reserve fund. I don't have those concerns right now, and I will say that after our first priority, then we will look back at everything that was done to do an evaluation to see what worked and what didn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. We are over time. However, we will have one-on-one interviews.
CAL FIRE wants to give an update on structures, et cetera, to get a clarification. I think it's important for you to highlight.
Too many chiefs.
Good morning. My name is Todd Hopkins. I'm one of the incident commanders for the CAL FIRE incident management teams. Of the thousands of structures, I just want to clarify, that have been destroyed, we get this initial intel from Intel flights, and what they do is they pick up heat signatures, and we base off those heat signatures an estimate of what structures are destroyed. What I want to clarify is that a structure, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a residential structure or a commercial structure. It could be a vehicle, it could be an outbuilding.
Structure could be a vehicle.
We do have people, damage inspection teams that are on the ground that will go out to every single home. They will catalog whether a house is destroyed, if it's partially destroyed or just damaged, and all that information will be turned over to the city and to the county once the damage inspection teams get done. So although we know that there are many homes destroyed, the thousands of structures can mean many different things besides just a home. So thousands of structures, yes, but that could be a motorhome, that could be a car, that could be a shed, it could be a residential structure. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you very much. And we are end of press conference, one-on-ones. We also have Spanish. We will conduct that over here to the side with Sheriff Luna and a representative from LA City Fire. Thank you. Okay, as they wrap that up, that was not impressive. The Intel flights he's talking about, I think that's what we're seeing right here on the flight radar this very moment. The flight here at the top. This is the second flight that's sort of now flying over the burned area, the severely burned area in the Palisades fire. The first flight covered the area around the Hollywood Hills area. And let's see if we've got another flight going through here. I imagine there's probably another one that's covered the Eaton area. As far as mapping goes, that guy turned a U-turn pretty quick. Look at this. He's a private plane. Private owner flew down to take a look and ran into the TFR, the temporary flight restriction, turned around and went back home. It's like, oops, yeah, you can't be there. That's not allowed. All right. Southern California Edison. This is a helicopter with the power company, I believe. Yeah, they'll have some questions to answer because I think they might have a lot at stake here. Lots of helicopter traffic, a little bit of air traffic with fixed wings now starting in the area with the mapping going on. We've also got, obviously, Alaska Airlines is coming in to land. Let's see, we've got another. This is a fire-oriented plane, possibly for controlling all the traffic with the firefighters on the ground. They're just plane spotting, basically. Or ground spotting from the plane. But they've got the two maps sort of overlaid over on top of each other, so they're roughly. Let's see if we can get them to match up a little bit better. So you can see the two back and forth. Not impressed with that report. No, the sheriff not giving those information. Now, I understand the sheriff is 100% right. In the first few hours of an emergency like this, information gets garbled, numbers get reported twice,
Some numbers get missed altogether, and especially when you're dealing with something like fatalities, it can be really high and then really low. It's like because you counted somebody twice, somebody, two people thought they were reporting for the same area. It's confusing. It's a mess. And as it gets sorted out, those numbers become more fixed. Him not wanting to give any number and saying, I'm not sure if these numbers are right. If it were 5, he would have given it. I think it's a lot higher than 5. But, man. So many people got up and wanted to talk about the wind instead of anything else, instead of what they're responsible for. A lot of people in this moment, press included, is demanding answers. They're angry. I'd say they deserve to be frustrated because a lot of people just lost everything. But those answers are going to take some time. I just don't like the political CYA that goes on at these press conferences, all at the same time while patting each other on the back about what a great job they're doing together, united. It was one voice. They did give the size of the fire. Containment is still at 0, I believe, for both the Palisades and the Eaton fire. So they have, I think, a little bit of containment on the Hearst fire up north, but it hasn't been as bad. He should have said the number. I think he should have. You've got mixed messages. You've got the sheriff saying, we're going to arrest anyone that's still in the area in an evacuation zone. You've got other people saying we're going to be delivering water and supplies to people that are still in the evacuation zone. A lot of different people, too many chiefs, not knowing how it goes. The fact that there have been 20, and I realize 20 is a lot. 20 is a lot of arrests of people that are in the area. I'm not sure if all of them were like caught red-handed looting or just driving through to see what they could see and see what the damage was. We'll have to see. Those will play out in court, and we'll probably won't hear all the details of those. But for that to be the focus, it's like, hey, look at these 20 people we arrested. We're here. We're going to put a stop to that. We're here for you. Look at these 20 people. If anyone else coming, we're going to hold you accountable. Thousands of structures are gone. 20 people got arrested, potentially attempting or looting some of the evacuation areas. They're definitely distracting and saying, look over here. Here's what you should look at. Ignore the fact that thousands of homes were burned to the ground, which were basically looted by fire. Right? Who was responsible there? 17,000 structures burnt or destroyed to the red sky. Where are you getting that number? I haven't seen a number that high. I've only heard thousands. Anything positive at this point? The positive is that the weather is slowly turning. It's slowly changing to favor a more, conditions where the firefighting can be more effective. I think we're going to, the result of these flights, first of all, this all gets stitched together probably in the matter, once the plane lands, these images will all be downloaded, put in a computer and stitched together and then analyzed. Probably today we'll get much better data on the number of structures that have burned, as these planes are most likely taking imagery that's both infrared and visible light. And between the two of them, they're going to document the entire area, every structure, every community, the exact fire lines. And that'll give us some very precise numbers. Hopefully they share those very quickly. So I'm not talking about politics. I don't think it's political to say that my house burned down, and I'm frustrated over it. Mine didn't, but I don't think it would be political to say that. Let's see. Hey, Mrs. R.A., welcome. What did I miss? Greeners. We should find a YouTube channel to watch courts. We're getting there. We're getting there. Hold tight. Patience. We're supposed to go up to Thurston, Washington, where we have a court that's going to be beginning today. Right about now, as a matter of fact. Let's see. We've got Tennessee. Judge Wolf's up. Thurston County Courts. Oh, jury trial. It started just a couple minutes ago, so we're gonna jump to it. We're gonna get opening statements. All right, so we'll pivot from our coverage of the California fires and jump to a jury trial up in Thurston County, Washington, where we're a few minutes behind. Thanks, Greeners, and thanks, Mrs. R.A., for the reminder. Give us just a second to get started here. Waiting for audio, waiting for the judge. There we go. Judge, everyone's standing. Jury's been selected. They were selected yesterday, I believe. They're sitting off to the right of the screen as you're looking at your TV. Our defendant is the tall gentleman in blue.
All right, members of the jury, welcome back. As I explained to you yesterday at the end of the day, today we're going to resume the trial, starting with opening statements, after which you'll start to hear evidence in the case. So please give your attention to Mr. Sharp with the opening statement on behalf of the City of Lacey.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If you don't know what the case is about,
Good morning,
this is where you
ladies
should
and gentlemen.
listen.
This is a case about a man who pushed his family away so that he could be alone with a bottle of alcohol. The evidence will show that on July 12, 2024, Mr. Timothy Adams assaulted his wife, Ms. Maggie Adams, at their home in the City of Lacey. You'll hear from Ms. Adams today. She's going to be the first of the two witnesses that the city calls. She'll describe for you what happened that day. She'll tell you about how she had guests over. Her friend Jasmine was visiting from clear across the country. She lives in the state of Georgia. Jasmine and her two young children had been staying with the Adams family, Mr. Adams, Ms. Adams, and their two young children. The seven of them all in the home. As a planned 2-week visit, July 12th fell right in the middle of those 2 weeks. Despite having guests, Ms. Adams will tell you that her first priority that morning was tending to her husband's health, spending the first part of the day at the hospital with him while he underwent a procedure. She'll tell you that on the drive home, he wanted to stop and get some beer. She didn't think that was a good idea, given the medical advice he was given. He had just had a procedure done. He shouldn't be drinking, but he got his beer anyway. Ms. Adams will tell you that when they got back to the house, she reunited with her children and with Jasmine and Jasmine's children. And they were all looking forward to a weekend trip to Mount Rainier. The children were cleaning up at the end of the day. They were getting ready for the trip the next day. Meanwhile, Mr. Adams was sequestered in the master bedroom by himself, drinking the beer, or so she thought. Ms. Adams will tell you that out of nowhere, an argument started when Mr. Adams had asked Jasmine and her children to leave. Not only that, he then asked Ms. Adams to leave and take the children with her and take the cats too, and don't come back. She'll tell you they didn't have anywhere to go. She'll tell you that she was baffled by this. It seemed completely unreasonable. She couldn't understand where this was coming from. She'll tell you that she knew he had been drinking some beer, but he seemed a little more off than that. So she looked around in the bedroom, went through the drawers, found a new bottle of alcohol she'd never seen in the house before. Big bottle, hard alcohol, half empty. She was mad. Can you blame her? She's more concerned about his health than he is, apparently. He's acting unreasonable, embarrassing himself, embarrassing her, making guests and children feel unwelcome in the home. Upset, she'll tell you that she threw the bottle of alcohol out of the bedroom. It went down the stairs, and that she cursed her husband. In response, she'll tell you Mr. Adams presented his own anger, raising his voice, demanding that everybody get out of the house. She'll tell you about the fear that she saw in the children, the fear she saw in Jasmine. She'll tell you she gave her car keys to Jasmine so that she could get the kids in the car and she could leave if she needed to. And she did. Meanwhile, Ms. Adams stayed behind to fend for herself. She'll tell you how she was trying to gather some things, some clothing for the children so they'd have something to wear, while Mr. Adams was pursuing her aggressively around the house, watching her every move. She'll tell you that apparently she wasn't moving fast enough for him, and that's when he went too far. While she was folding up some clothing for the children to pack it, she'll tell you that he grabbed her. He grabbed her by her wrist, her right wrist, and her left ankle, and tried to lift her up from that, drag her. She'll tell you that scared her. Luckily, she was able to kick her leg free, get away from him. Perhaps he knew he did something wrong. Maybe he knew that he went too far. But Ms. Adams will tell you about how he left the room at that point, gave her a chance to call 911 and whisper down the line that she needed help. After she testifies, you'll hear from Officer Hernandez. He responded as the lead investigator for the case. He'll describe Ms. Adams, how she appeared to him when he arrived. He'll describe how she sounded as she relayed these facts to the police on the scene. He'll also tell you what it was like when he found Mr. Adams. He'll tell you his impressions of Mr. Adams and his demeanor, his state of mind possibly. And you're going to get to see it yourself. Officer Hernandez wore a body camera, and I expect that I'll be able to show you a short clip, about a minute and a half from that body camera footage when police first encounter Mr. Adams. You'll be able to, I think, judge pretty quickly Mr. Adams' state of mind. And finally, you'll hear from Officer Hernandez what it was like when Jasmine and the kids came back in Ms. Adams' car. He'll describe for you the fear that he saw in the children as they hesitated, unsure whether it was safe to go back into the house. As you're listening to the witnesses testify, you'll hear too from the city. I don't know if you'll hear any other witnesses, but for all of them, I would encourage you to not just passively listen. Remember, you're here to judge the credibility of the witnesses as part of your job in finding the facts. So for all of them, listen to how they're talking. Watch them as they testify. You may have an occasion where you need to decide whether you believe someone or not. Luckily, we all come equipped with a pretty good tool for this. I call mine my gut. It's a built-in lie detector. Whatever you call yours, I'd encourage you to use it. Keep it engaged throughout the entire trial, just in case you come across any baloney.
Just ask Fred.
At the end of this trial, the judge is going to give you some instructions that lay out clearly what the law is as it pertains to this incident. Shortly after that, I'll have another opportunity to speak with you. I'm going to use that to connect the evidence to the law that the judge gives to you. I'm confident that once we have that conversation and I do that, you'll see clearly that the city has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that this crime occurred. And at that point, the city is going to ask you to return a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
And members of the jury, now please give your attention to Mr. Swenson with the opening statement on behalf.
Did he say it was just assault? Was that the crime? I didn't hear him name the crime that he's charged with. I mean, to describe the situation, but what's the actual charge?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. You have the most important job here today in this trial as the fact finders. It's your job to listen to the evidence and ultimately decide what happened or what didn't happen on July 12th of 2024. You're going to hear a couple of different stories. You've heard the prosecution and what they plan to present and how they plan to present the evidence and what they think it all means. Defense is going to present a different story. Defense denies any allegations of assault, and you're going to hear evidence, I believe, that will ultimately undermine Maggie Adams' credibility in this case. It's your job not just to decide after hearing the evidence whether you believe the prosecution's story or defense's story more. That's not the standard of proof here. It's not which one is more likely to have occurred. You have to prove the prosecution's story beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution also has to prove each of the elements of assault beyond a reasonable doubt. And the judge will instruct you as to those elements later, and we'll review them throughout this case. It's important for you as jurors to not only evaluate what you hear over the course of today and what evidence is presented, but what you don't hear, what evidence is not presented. You're not going to see any evidence of injuries. You're not going to see any physical evidence of a struggle. You're not going to see any evidence of direct or indirect threats to Maggie Adams. You're actually not even going to see any direct evidence of intoxication. There were no breath or blood results in this case. The prosecution is going to make it seem like this Mr. Adams' intoxication was a relevant factor to this alleged assault. I would contend it's not especially relevant, and you will see a clip of body cam where you can evaluate for yourself.
We probably won't see that.
Mr. Adams' level of intoxication or not, but ultimately, I want you to remember what physical evidence of intoxication is there? Is there a bottle of alcohol? Do we see this bottle of alcohol? I don't think you're going to see any evidence of that bottle of alcohol over the course of this trial. I want to talk a little bit about fear. Maggie Adams is going to testify as to her fear on this day. Now, I can't really dispute that. There's no dispute. If she says she was fearful, maybe she was fearful, but it's your job as jurors to decide, is that fear reasonable? And I would contend that the prosecution does not have monopoly on fear in this situation. Mr. Adams also experienced fear. There was an argument. That is undisputed. There was an argument between the parties earlier in the day. Mr. Adams did have a medical procedure. His wife picked him up from the hospital. Even though he had just undergone a medical procedure, she was preparing to leave for the weekend and leave him alone at home to go to Mount Rainier with her friends and their children, her friend and their children. She was upset. She will testify that she was upset based on her belief that Mr. Adams wanted her to stop and get alcohol. So she was already upset before they got back to the house. You're going to hear testimony, as the prosecution noted, that she cursed Mr. Adams, that she yelled at him, that she was very mad at him, that she ultimately threw a bottle at the wall.
Or just swear.
That's going to be more physical evidence of any altercation, really, than you're going to see in the rest of the case.
She made the hair on your toes fall out. I'm trying to figure out what happened here. I'm not trying to,
ultimately,
make light of the situation.
I would like you, when listening to Maggie Adams' testimony, to evaluate her credibility and her motivations. I think you're going to see that Maggie Adams is extremely motivated to have her husband out of the house. She wants a divorce. She's wanted a divorce for some time. She wants sole custody of her children. And ultimately, she's willing to say anything in order to get what she wants. Ultimately, your job as jurors is to listen to the evidence and try to find the truth. I hope you can find the truth. There may be more questions than answers at the end of this. And if you're not able to come to the truth, you have to decide if the prosecution has proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, it's not whether or not you believe their story more than defense's. It's whether you believe the prosecution's story beyond a reasonable doubt more than defense's. Thank you.
I'm surprised they didn't take the opportunity to attack use your gut and just go with what you think. First impression.
For the city.
Thank you, Your Honor. The city calls Ms. Maggie Adams. Mr. Officer Hernandez will go retriever.
The threshold that they need to reach for a conviction is much more than just follow your gut. The wife's going to be the first witness, I believe, Maggie Adams, or maybe the daughter. I'm not sure which one that is. It's not Wednesday. I know that. Sometimes this court allows us to see the witnesses, and sometimes they don't. This is a fun court. We've seen some amazing, interesting, and entertaining trials, as well as some quite serious ones in this courtroom. It's very unique. We've come to love it a little bit. It does feel like we're in the conference room of a hotel, and we've got limited view, but we are able to see the jury selection, which took place yesterday. If we wanted to, we could go back and watch that, where all the jury members sat in those chairs that are empty now in back, 6 feet apart from each other, socially distanced, as if that was still a need in this area. They just have never moved the chairs in all the years since then. And you get to hear the jury answer questions, which is a lot of fun. It is Thursday, and it's also podcast day tonight, 8 o'clock tonight on this channel. Not Relevant Podcast. You're going to love it. If you've never been, please stay. I'm thinking maybe the curse was like, I hope you die a painful death alone. Oh, wait, that was a different trial. That was the burn pile curse. What would this?
He apologizes for the delay. It's a long way to the waiting room.
It's on the other side of the lobby of the hotel. It's a long walk. May you stub your toe every time you take a step. Is that a good curse? Warrior Queen, I did, and I have your... I think it's this one. It's right here, ready to go out. The mail's not going today, apparently. The mailman's not coming because of the funeral for President Carter. And thank you, by the way. I think that's it. I have yours for sure. Maybe it's the blue one. Oh, I think it's the brown one. Okay, here she comes. She's here now. That was a support person of some sort.
Please. Do you swear that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat there. And Mr. Sharp, whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for being here this morning. I wonder if we could start by you introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and go ahead and spell your last name, if you would, please, for the record.
My name is Maggie G. Adams, ADMS.
Morning, ma'am. And we're here to discuss an incident involving a Timothy Adams. Do you know Mr. Timothy Adams?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's my husband.
Thank you. Ma'am, we're here to discuss today an incident that occurred on July 12th, 2024. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
I am so sorry.
Could you then please let the jury know what happened on that day?
That was actually a pretty long day. And can I start in the morning? Okay. So in the morning, about 7 o'clock, I took my husband to go to the military base hospital for his knee surgery. And it's supposed to be a surgery that I could have the chance to go home and taking care of the kids. But instead, I stuck in the hospital with him. Well, not really with him, but waiting for him to get released. And he finished his surgery about 2 p.m. So all the time I was in the base with him. And finally he got released. We could go home. Before we went home, he asked to stop by an exchange store to get his beer. And I remind him that you cannot drink your alcohol because the paper from the doctor says you cannot have alcohol within 24 hours. And he said he knows. And he still insists to buy the beers. I said, okay, fine. Just because I supposed to leave home the next day for the 3 days for a trip. So I understand if he couldn't move around so much, if beer should be okay to stay with him after 24 hours to drink, it should be fine. So I didn't really say no. I just let him to do that. So we went home. I quickly took care of him, give him some snacks to eat. And I told him that
if they don't
my
object.
kids, my friend and my friend's kids, by the way, my friend came to my house for 2 weeks vacation to stay with us. And
Objection.
yes,
Your Honor, I feel like it's going into narrative.
It is.
I think that's accurate. So, Mr. Sharp, if you would ask a question.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. That's fair. And ma'am, I'm going to just maybe break this into smaller pieces, and I'll ask you some questions to kind of work through the events. Okay, so where you left off, I believe you were explaining that you had some guests, and it was your friend. What's your friend's name, ma'am?
Jasmine Chen.
Jasmine. So who was staying with you, Jasmine?
Yes, she and the 2 kids.
Okay, and where was she staying?
She live in Georgia.
When she was visiting, where was she going to stay?
Oh, I'm sorry. She stayed with me.
Okay.
She and the kids stay with me.
And how did she get here to visit you?
She flew to Washington.
Okay. How'd she get to your house from the airport?
I went to pick her up.
Okay, you gave her a ride?
Mm-hmm.
She didn't rent a car?
No.
Okay. Okay, so I believe you were back at home and we were discussing your guests, and you mentioned that you have kids.
Yes.
Are those kids, who's the father of those children?
My kids?
Mm-hmm.
Timothy Adams.
Timothy Adams. And how many children are there?
She got 2 kids.
Okay, so Jasmine has 2 kids. I'm sorry, I speak softly. I'll try my best to speak up for you. So you just said Jasmine has 2 kids.
She has 2 kids.
How old are her kids?
Her kids are 9 and 12.
Okay, and how about your kids? How old are your kids?
My kids, they are 5 and 7.
5 and 7. Okay, thank you. Okay, so you were back at the home after bringing Mr. Adams home, and we were discussing your guests. So what happened next?
So I quickly fixed his late lunch, and I told him I was going to downtown Olympia to pick up to meet with my friend and the kids because they haven't eaten for a long time. Because they keep expecting to have me to go back during lunchtime, so they were waiting for me. And I said, okay, I have to go. So are you okay? He said he was okay. So I left him and I drove down to Olympia to meet with my friend and the kids, the 4 kids. And we had the really late lunch together and try to plan out what we are going to do for the next day to go to Mount Rainier for 3 dates. Because Friday on the 12th is supposed to be the entire day. We're supposed to really make out the plan because it's not only us to go, but with 4 kids, you have to think what you are going to bring for the detail. And we couldn't do that in the morning. So during lunchtime, we were just writing the notes and stuff. Finally, everybody went home about 7 p.m.
Okay, now I'm going to jump in just real quick to kind of break up the narrative a bit. So you went and had a late lunch downtown Olympia with your friends. You arrived home all together at 7 p.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, what happened once you got back to your home?
As soon as I went back home, I went upstairs to check on my husband to see whether he was okay. And he told me he was fine. And he also knew we had the trip to Mount Rainier the next 3 dates. So I told him I'm going to be going up and down packing and everybody going to be busy. Kids, they have to take a shower. If you need anything, you can come to talk to me. But I spend so much time with you on the base that it's really the time we have to get everything ready for the next day. And he said, okay. So I was going up and down, try to pack our stuff, my friend as well. And kids, they were taking time. They were taking turn to take a shower. In the hallway, there is only one bathroom. So everybody was waiting for the shower time. So it's kind of getting later. And yes.
Narrative. Stay.
There's only one shower.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. So everybody's getting ready for the trip, and the children have to take turns to take showers.
Our other bathroom.
Okay.
There's only one.
And so what happened next?
So all in a sudden, Timothy asked me to go to his room, and he said, I need to talk to you. Can you bring 1 or 2 bottles of beer to come to my room to talk, to come to the room to talk to me? And I kind of shocked a little bit because I thought I told him I was going to be busy. And if he wanted to talk, it's going to be long, especially bring the beer. I didn't really have time at the time to sit down drinking beer with him, just to chat. I didn't have time. And I said, if you want to talk to me, can you please just talk to me right now? And I'm sorry, I really don't have the mood to drink beer. Beer is something, if I have time to relax, I can have it. And he said, no, the beer is not for you. The beer is for me.
Okay, ma'am. So he asked you to get some beer, and it turned out he wanted it for himself.
Yes.
And so what did you do in response?
And I was first shocked because he just finished his surgery. How can he have the beer? And second, why? I just couldn't understand. So I started to get mad, and I told him, no, if you want to talk to me, you can talk to me, but no beer. I'm sorry, there's no beer. And by the way, at the time, because in July, the weather was really hot, I understand. So he got his top naked. And I said, I understand it's hot, but we have guests at home. So could you please just put
Objection, relevance.
Sustain. Sustain.
Keep the half
Okay,
naked
ma'am.
part out.
Moving forward, you told him no, you wouldn't get the beer. And what happened after that?
And then we start to have an oral fight, and the voice is getting louder and louder.
A verbal fight?
Then I kind of ignore him. I went downstairs to start just keep packing, and I hear the footsteps, and I hear people talking, and I thought he was just giving a greeting to my friend, whatever. So I didn't really pay attention. But later, my friend started to get her really heavy suitcase downstairs. So I couldn't understand what was going on. I went upstairs and asked him, hey, what is going on? And he said, I asked your friend and the kids to leave.
Okay, ma'am. If he asked your friends and kids and if he asked Jasmine and her friends to leave, and if they did leave, where could they have gone?
I don't know. I couldn't imagine that.
Okay.
Because they didn't have a car, and all the time they stay with us, and it was just my mind was blank. I was like, that's another way to treat your guests when they are living here with us. No, I don't know. At that time, I didn't know.
Okay, and so you went to ask Mr. Adams about it, and what happened then?
And he said yes. And I was shocked. And soon I told him, if you want them to leave, I will leave too. And I will bring the kids with me too. Then he got more angry, and he said, then why don't everybody just leave the house? You leave the house, you and your friend leave the house, the kids leave the house, and bring your 2 cats with you as well. And I start to feel something is wrong because it's late. And how can you ask us to live like this? Then I start to think maybe he already have been drinking.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead, ma'am. Please continue.
Because that didn't sound logical to me. So I quickly went to the bedroom and opened all the drawers, and I tried to look for the evidence that he did drink. And I found
Ma'am, if I could interrupt. So why is it that you went looking for evidence that he had been drinking?
Because it didn't sound logical to me, and I suspicious he probably started to drink already.
I understand. Okay.
And we didn't sleep in the same room. I sleep with the kids. So whatever he was doing in the master bedroom, I won't know unless I really spend time in the room with him, watching him doing everything. And he knew already I didn't like him to drink hot liquor. So he might just hide the hot liquor anywhere. I don't know. But anyways, I found the liquor, a big bottle in one of the drawer. And I start to ask him, have you started to drink the alcohol after you come back? And
I'm going to interrupt you, and I'm so sorry to do so, but I wonder if you could describe for the jury that bottle. You said it was a big bottle?
Oh, it was a big plastic bottle that
Big plastic bottle.
I don't drink hot liquor. I don't know, but it looks like it's a clear liquids.
Vodka?
Maybe tequila, maybe something else. I don't know. And it was
Hennessy? What?
About this big and halfway gone already. But I didn't know halfway gone was from as soon as he came home, he started to open the bottle and drink, or he just have a couple sips. I don't know. But whatever his words earlier made me feel not logical. I didn't believe that's gonna be a cup of beer is gonna affect his thinking, way of talking, way to treat the guest in the house.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Again, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. This is just how we have to proceed today. I wonder, how long have you been married to Mr. Adams?
8 years.
How long have you known him?
9 years.
9 years. Have you ever been around Mr. Adams when you've known that he's drinking alcohol? Okay. Have you ever seen him after he's had a lot of alcohol? Okay. How many times have you, just roughly speaking, how many times have you seen him in that kind of state after he's had a lot to drink?
Once in a while.
Okay. So, if you were to, and I'll ask too, have you ever consumed alcohol? Have you ever consumed alcohol?
I drink beer and wine too. Yes.
Okay. And so you're familiar with what happens when a person drinks alcohol? You're familiar with what happens with you?
Yes.
You're familiar with how Mr. Adams reacts after he drinks alcohol?
Pretty much, because if that's the day I've been drinking too much, I pass out, probably just sleep. I don't really react anything funny.
Understood. So with Mr. Adams, based on your experience with him when he's consumed alcohol, given what you were observing the night of July 12th, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being completely sober, 10 being the most intoxicated you had ever seen him before, how far along was he?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this question. I think it's pure speculation. I don't think that Ms. Adams is in a position to answer.
Overruled. She can answer the question.
Let's see where she rates.
So, ma'am, again, that's on a scale of 1 to 10.
How drunk was he on a scale of 1 to 10? This is not
was your impression of him?
The BAC. This is just.
I feel it's about 7 to 8, but again, I don't know whether that's how much hard liquor mixed with beer or just hot liquor or something involved with his medical in the morning. I don't know, but it wasn't something normal.
Could have been his medication from the hospital.
He talked, and I expect.
Okay.
During
Thank
the
you.
normal day.
And I sort of took you off path here to discuss your history and exposure of him after he'd been drinking. So if we could go back to the events of that night, I believe we left off that you had found that bottle and that had made you upset. And so what happened next?
So I believe I was too upset that, first of all, I worry about his health. Second, I don't know the medical is going to be something doing with the alcohol to make something worse. I don't know. And the last is about everybody's safety. If he start to chase everybody away from home, what should I do? So I think at the time I was too mad that I couldn't think. So I was hitting the bottle to the stairway. And I was really, really mad and start to curse him. And my daughter started to get out from the restroom.
Ma'am, real quick, I want to back up just a little bit. You said, I believe your words were that you were hitting the bottle to the stairway.
Yes.
And I'm not sure what that means. I wonder if you could rephrase that to explain it to the jury. What does that mean?
Because I want to dump the bottle, but I don't know where to dump it. And I hit the bottle so much that I want to have the bottle disappear.
She's just
That's why I just threw to the stairway that I won't see that.
So by saying you hit the bottle to the stairway, you meant that you threw the bottle to the stairs?
Right.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
And I make sure nobody was in the stairway not even the cats, so nobody get hurt. Because I really don't like the hard liquor so much when he's drinking.
Ma'am, I believe you left off with your daughter was coming out of the bathroom.
Right. And then at the time, because that was the oral fight, and my daughter, she heard a noise, and probably she was finishing her shower too, and her hair was wet, and I could tell that she couldn't really wipe herself really good because her pajamas are all wet with the water. So she was looking at me, and I said, go to auntie means go to the guest room to stay with my friend, because I thought that was gonna be safe. And then Timothy started to ask me to leave, take the kids, just leave. And if I come back during the weekend, because that was a Friday night. So he said, if you come back during the weekend, I'm gonna call the police. If you are coming back after Monday, I'm gonna have the order, the restriction order, whatever, from the police, means I couldn't come back. Then I start to think maybe some part is not right and we are going to be in danger. But anyways, just wanna keep everybody safe. I leave my car key to my friend and ask her to bring the stuff and bring the kids to the car. And if necessary, just drive the car outside of the parking lot, our garage door, just park somewhere that I can see them. So I still have to pack because he asked us to leave, and I need to pack.
Ma'am, I'm going to jump in here again. Again, I'm so sorry. So at this point, I believe you told the jury that you had given your car key to Jasmine and told her to take the kids and get in the car and leave if she needed to. And so what about you? Did you get in the car?
I didn't get to the car because, first of all, I tried to think, what should I do? And he tried to force me to leave. I at least have to pack something easy for me and the kids. And the last thing is I was looking for my phone. I couldn't find my phone. I want to just possibly call the police to help, just to stop the whole thing, that make sure me and the kids and my friend, we are all safe at home. But maybe can ask him to go back to Barras to stay. That's what I was thinking. So I was looking for my phone, but I couldn't remember where was my phone. So I was going up and down and pretend I was busy packing.
What was Mr. Adams doing while you were doing this?
He was chasing me to leave.
Okay.
Yeah. And when everybody get out from the guest room, I was also upstairs because I was looking for my phone. And my daughter was looking at him. And he looked at my daughter and he said, I'm sorry. I don't need you. I don't want you. Just leave with your mom. And my daughter, of course, she was heartbroken, just follow my friend to go to the car. And all the time she was crying, but I wasn't in the car with them, so I didn't know what was going on.
Okay, well, let's just focus on what you do know. So they went to the car after that,
yes.
After you saw her crying, and you didn't get in the car.
I didn't get to the car.
And you told the jury that you were going up and down looking for your phone and packing things, and Mr. Adams was chasing you around. And so what happened then?
Then finally I went to my room, the room I share with my kids, and I just pretend to pack the stuff. And he went to the door and he said, just go. And I said, no, we cannot just go like this. I have to pack. At least I have to pack enough clothes for us to stay for the next few days. Then finally I saw my phone in the closet. So I tried to be, because he get into the door. I didn't want him to see where is the phone. Not because I predict something. I just want to make sure the phone is there. So if I need that, I can grab it right away. So when I was bending I don't remember when I was sitting on the floor or bending my knees, I was folding my son's clothes. He came to me and he started to grab my right arm and my left ankle. He tried to lift me. And
now, ma'am, I'm going to jump in here. I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
So you say that he came over and he grabbed you by your wrist, and I understand it was your right wrist. Is that right?
My right wrist and my left ankle.
Okay. How hard did he grab those?
I cannot think of how hard. I just know somebody is gonna hurt me. I have to escape. Otherwise, he's so big that I don't know how much damage is gonna be later.
That raises a question for me, ma'am. You say he's so big. How big is he?
He's 6'3", I believe.
How tall are you?
5'4".
Okay. And is there a difference in the weight between the two of you?
Yes.
What's the difference?
He's
Who's
politely
bigger?
saying how much
He's
do you weigh?
probably more than double of my weight.
Okay. Okay. And when I ask how hard did he grab you, I'm wondering how much strength comparably. Was it a light grab? Was it a hard grab?
That it's enough to lift me, and I didn't want that happen. So my left foot was kicking really hard from his hand, and he released me, and then he walked away.
Okay, and what happened next after he walked away?
And as soon as he left, I made sure it was a quiet moment. Make sure he wasn't walking around somewhere. I quickly grabbed my phone and called 911 and asked police to come to help.
And what was that like when you called 911? How did you talk with them?
I was whispering because I thought he went back to the master bedroom.
Okay. And why were you whispering if you thought he was in the master bedroom?
Because I was worried if he hear me calling the police, he might come here through my phone or do something.
Objection. Speculation.
Present. I think that should be allowed.
Mr. Sharp, any response?
City will concede that, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you.
Sustain the objection. Stop there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Swenson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Does Your Honor mind if I stay at the table?
That's fine.
And Ms. Adams, is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Good morning, ma'am.
Why does he sit at the table? That's interesting.
So you've been married to Timothy Adams for 8 years, correct?
Yes.
And for how long have you wanted a divorce?
For how long? I didn't really think about divorce until we were in Korea
When
on
was
the
that?
last duty station. So that was about 2020.
So about 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
About halfway through the marriage,
Yeah,
you started thinking about divorce.
right.
And you testified that you have 2 young children, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you want full custody of your children?
Excuse me?
Isn't it true that you want full custody of your children?
Yes.
You testified that you don't sleep in the same bedroom
Yes.
as your husband. How long have you not slept in the same bedroom?
How long? I don't know, but since we start to have the kids, especially for my second son when he was born, then we start to separate different beds just because kids, they were so attached to sleep with me that if I leave them to the spare bedroom, they're still coming back to the room to look for me.
Okay. Is it safe to say that you haven't been, your marriage, you haven't been very close to your husband since your children were born?
You cannot really say that because he was a deployee when we were in one of the duty station for 10 months. And at the time, my son was just born. He was just a few weeks old and my husband was gone. So all the time I was just with 2 kids. And if you have 2 kids, you would rather to sleep with them, make sure they are okay, especially my son was so young. And if I sleep with 1 kid, the other kid, of course, want to stay with me as well, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but it's true that you did not sleep in the same bedroom for, say, 6 or 7 years.
Correct.
And you testified that you wanted a divorce for about 4 years.
But can I bring out why I want a divorce in 2020?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, on redirects you can.
And your husband, you testified, had a medical procedure at the military base on the morning of July 12th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
You took him to that procedure. You stayed with him, correct?
Yes.
You brought him home.
Yes.
You testified to that. At what point did you get angry with your husband?
When I found the bottle, the hot liquor bottle.
Isn't it true that you were angry in the car when you testified that he asked you to get beer?
I wasn't angry. I was just wondering. The doctor said you cannot drink for 24 hours. Why you still want to get beer? And later I figured, oh, I'm going to be away for 3 days. So he's probably just preparing. No, I wasn't angry.
You weren't angry at that time?
No.
Would you say you're generally angry at your husband? I mean, you've wanted a divorce for 4 years. Do you have resentment towards him?
I got angry at him when I found the hard liquor. When he was super drunk and start to say something really not true, or he start to say something to hurt me. That was the only time I get.
Before this incident,
you've been
angry with your husband before?
When he was drunk?
That's the only times that you've been angry with him?
Mm-hmm.
This is the defense lawyer asking the questions.
Did your husband physically harm you on July 12th, 2024?
If grabbing my arm and my ankle, that counts, yes.
Well, did you feel physically harmed?
It can be. I don't want to just be there and waiting for he start to hurt me and then I'm crying, right?
Didn't you tell police when they first arrived that there was no physical fight between you two?
There was no physical fight, but he was touching me.
Okay.
Right.
But you testified that you were angry with him before this. You had found the bottle of alcohol allegedly before that happened.
Right.
You had yelled at him.
Yes.
What curses were you yelling at him?
Here come the words.
What were you saying?
If I remember clearly, I probably said something that while you are drinking the fucking beer, I put the F
I don't know that brand.
Okay. And you ultimately threw the bottle.
Yes.
Did it break?
No.
Did you? Well, you didn't see your husband drink out of that bottle on this day in question, correct?
I didn't see.
And in fact, you had never seen this bottle before, correct?
Correct.
So you have no idea when, if any, of the alcohol or the liquid in this bottle was consumed, correct?
Correct.
Did you show this bottle to police?
I probably did. I don't remember. No, I don't remember. I'm sorry.
On this day in question, July 12th of last year, did your husband threaten you?
Before that incident day?
No, on this day, sorry. At any point during this day, did he threaten you? Threaten to harm you?
If you count, he grabbed my arm and the wrist, my arm and my ankle.
But by his words, any words, any verbal threats?
No, he just asked us to leave. 13, I don't know. When he say if
Objection,
you
Your Honor.
come back.
Just wait for Mr. Svensson to ask.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
He said if you come back, I'll call the police.
Go ahead, Mr. Svensson.
So you've testified that your husband grabbed your arm and your leg.
Mm-hmm.
Did he pick you up?
Yeah.
He did. You testified that he tried to pick you up.
He tried to pick me up.
Did he pick you up?
If you say like this, no. But he tried to grab me up, yes. So I feel I was left.
Did you leave the ground?
Yes.
Did your feet leave the ground?
Yes, because because at the time I was either sitting on the floor or bending my knees. So if I'm touching ground, I wouldn't be just kicking, because I have no space to kick. So it gotta be certain space that I could have a chance to kick and have him to release, have his hand to release my ankle.
Did he drag you?
No.
And again, you didn't have any injuries on your body, correct?
No.
Before the time that you state your husband grabbed you, you were under the belief that that he was going to contact the police, correct?
Yes.
And you were scared that the police would kick you out of your home, correct?
No, I wasn't scared. I just didn't think that sounds right to me. I feel his mind wasn't clear.
Okay. But you did think that he was going to try to call the police to have you removed from the home?
Perhaps.
And you testified that you wanted to call the police, in fact, yourself before he grabbed you.
Because if he pushed too much for us to leave home, I really don't know. I didn't know where to go. I want to have the police to involve and nicely ask him whether he could go back to the barracks and have us to stay at home and he can come back next day.
Do you think it's appropriate to have the police get involved?
Huh?
In that sort of dispute? Do you think it's appropriate to have the police get involved in that sort of dispute? If there had been you weren't, at that point, he hadn't touched you, he hadn't threatened you, but you wanted to call the police anyways?
Yes, because his mind wasn't clear and he's so big. He is big that I couldn't ask him to leave. And if he has been drinking, how could he drive back to the base? If somebody can help or somebody make sure we are okay, I can drive him back to the base, have him to stay there, rest. So me and my friend and the kids, we can stay at home safely. I was thinking about that. I only think about safety. I didn't think about to chase anybody away.
Ms. Adams, do you remember our interview on October 16th of last year?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it true during that interview that you stated you were willing to change?
Your Honor, objection. This is hearsay. Mr. Johnson?
Impeachment?
Well, Your Honor, I think that an exception would apply. I think that she's the one who made the statement, and it's also her present state of mind.
We'll excuse the jury and resolve this. All right, members of the jury, I'm going to have you go into the jury deliberation room while we address a legal issue.
So the judge is going to get to hear this a little bit to hear what the answer is, and then we can rule on whether or not the jury gets to hear it.
I can see. So specifically then, Mr. Sharp, the objection is?
Your Honor, granted the objection was made before the question was fully asked, but I think it's pretty clear from how much had been asked already that defense is soliciting for an out-of-court statement. It appears offered to as an impeachment of Ms. Adams,
which would be acceptable.
And the city would submit that there's not been the question didn't contain any suggestion that this was a sworn statement. Mr. Swenson did describe the context the statement was made in. That was a interview, and I was present on behalf of the city for that interview, and am aware that it was not a sworn statement. She was not put under oath, and that would be an improper impeachment. Again, this is an out-of-court statement being offered to assert the truth therein, and that's hearsay, and this does not fall under a valid exception.
Okay. All right, Mr. Swenson.
Your Honor, as impeachment evidence, I don't necessarily think that hearsay would apply. I think Ms. Adams, as a witness in this case, her credibility is at issue automatically. And any statement that she made about potentially changing her testimony, I think is especially relevant. And I don't know of any, I'm not aware of any requirement that impeachment evidence is required to be sworn.
Okay, so you're trying to admit an inconsistent statement that was given on a prior occasion.
Prior inconsistent statement.
It's not inconsistent yet. It's essentially an admission that she was willing to change her testimony to a future date under certain circumstances.
Right. So why don't you continue to ask her along the line of questioning that it was interrupted with Mr. Sharp's objection, and see. Okay. So Ms. Adams, you'll just go ahead and continue answering Mr. Swenson's questions. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Swenson.
So they can do this outside the presence of the jury.
Okay, so ask it how I was going to ask it.
Yes.
So, Ms. Adams, during our interview,
Right.
isn't it true that you stated that you were willing to change your testimony?
At the time, well, I should say all the time, I don't really want Timothy to lose the job because of the incident, because he has been trying so hard. And there's only 2 more years. He's going to retire from the military. I was thinking about if this is going to ruin his career.
And you have an interest in him not losing benefits too, correct? So
does that change anything for you, Mr. Sharp?
Mr. Sharp is searching. Palmyra Productions, thank you very much for the gifted membership. Also, Sloth Life gifted Weebug a membership. And Weebug, I got a message. Thank you. I responded. Prosecutor?
City will abandon its objection based on hearsay. I do have a
new objection.
A different objection, though.
There we go.
Based on the information being solicited, the city would object to that information under Rule 403. Excuse me. City's
Palmyra, you gifted
argument here is that there's minimal probative value to this, but it's highly prejudicial in that the jury hearing of potential consequences of this case could improperly sway their decision and suggest that they make a decision based on emotional factors outside the evidence in this case.
It goes to motive
The
of
city
the
believes
witness.
hearing that a career military soldier who is nearing his retirement eligibility has a lot on the line today. And to think that his career, his potential retirement could be in their hands, that's a lot of pressure for a juror. It's pressure that appeals to their emotions only. It's not relevant to the case in such a way that would override that extreme prejudice.
And Your Honor, if I may, I see the prejudice for sure, but this is not Mr. Adams' testimony. This is Ms. Adams' testimony about her motivations. So I think it's extremely probative as to her own motivations and the own credibility of her statements that she's made today.
Yeah, I'm going to allow that line of questioning then, so the objection will be overruled. All right, we'll bring the jury back in and pick up from there.
Wow, this is not going well for prosecution there. They both had a little missteps. The defense in questioning basically elicited that the defendant actually picked her up off the ground, which I believe he thought she was going to say no. So that was a misstep. But then this is a win for sure. And I think the prosecution was right in the minds of the jury. Convicting someone right at the very end of their military career of a domestic abuse that could jeopardize his retirement, that might weigh on their mind improperly. Palmyra Productions gifted a membership. Only the second time in all my time on YouTube have I seen someone gift themselves a membership.
Seated, please.
It's a great aim.
And Mr. Swenson, you may resume your cross-examination.
Thanks for your generosity, Palmyra.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Ms. Adams, during our interview on October 16th of last year, isn't it true that you stated you were willing to change your testimony?
Yes.
And what was the reason you stated for wanting to potentially change your testimony?
Because I didn't want my husband to lose the job because of this. And he's so close to the retirement that.
And if he were to lose his job and benefits, you would potentially be negatively impacted as well, correct?
I didn't think about that.
Good answer.
So how are we to take your testimony today as truthful?
Because that's the truth.
It sounds to me like you're willing to say whatever you want to say to your benefit, that's going to benefit you. Is that not true?
Coming here just to tell the truth. I didn't think much after all.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sharp, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Thank you for your time again, Ms. Adams, and for answering these difficult questions. I hope you don't take offense when I ask this, but Mr. Swenson and I, we're lawyers, and we can ask some pretty complicated questions, and we talk in difficult ways sometimes. And I noticed through the course of your testimony today that there were a few times when you paused or answered in a certain way that makes me wonder, what's your first language, ma'am?
That was
first language that you learned.
That was quite a narrative he just offered.
Chinese, okay. And so you learned English afterward?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll say you're doing excellent. Your English is excellent. But I wonder, the way that I'm phrasing things with you and the way that Mr. Swenson's asking questions, are you finding it a little challenging sometime to understand?
Objection, Your Honor. There's always a potential to have an interpreter present, so there's no interpreter that's been requested. So I'd object to this line of questioning that Ms. Adams doesn't understand what's being said.
I'm going to let Mr. Sharp go into that a little, because I think this goes directly to whether he's trying to illustrate directly whether she's responding to the questions as asked. So
Understood.
For that purpose, go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Understood, Your Honor. Ma'am, I'll ask it again because I'm a lawyer and I can ask questions that are hard to answer sometimes just because I use complicated grammar and
I would object to this part.
I
the
wonder,
preface to the question.
Have these questions that Mr. Swinson and I have been asking you today, have they been challenging that way?
No.
No? Okay. Okay. Well, again,
he lost
you're
that
perfectly
one.
clear in your English, and I'd compliment
He lost.
that. Just a couple follow-up questions here based on what Mr.
stepped in
Swinson
it.
was asking. He was exploring the fact that you and Mr. Adams have slept in different bedrooms for a while, and you shared that you sleep in the room with the children. And I just want to be clear, make sure I understand clearly, and make sure the jury understands clearly. Why is it again that you're sleeping with the children away from Mr. Adams?
There are different reasons, but the most important reason is the kids, they were little while my husband went for the deployment. And at the time, I thought that was kind of nice. Me and kids, we can have time to sleep together, and also easier for me to manage how they are doing. If they need anything from me during the nighttime, I can provide the needs right away. And second, my husband likes to sleep in the cold room with AC on. And most of the time I feel so cold that I need to have the blankets. So sleep with the kids probably feel more comfortable. The room temperature would be friendly to me. And the last thing is, I didn't like to smell the alcohol in the room. So I try to avoid to see him drinking or smell the alcohol or see the pack of the beer boxes underneath of the bed.
Okay. Thank you for answering that, ma'am. I want to explore a little bit of the concerns you had over Mr. Adams' job. Mr. Swinson was asking you questions about that. He had asked about a time that you had offered to change your testimony. And I believe you had answered him that you had offered to do that because you were worried he might lose his job. And I think it's been implied, but it hasn't been stated clearly. What is his job?
Oh, he's in U.S. Army for 17 years. And
you say he's close to retirement.
Yeah.
How close?
About a little bit more than 2 years.
Okay.
I might lose tracking. I don't know, but more or less, yes.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what sort of things happen when he retires?
I encourage him to go for a civilian job and doing the same thing he's doing, and try to get as many certificates as possible to ensure he could get a job after he retired, or even before he retired. Somebody will be happy to hire him, so he still can be busy physically in his mind to do something or concentrate on something, rather than just stay at home staring at the TV all the time.
Objection. I think this goes beyond, well, I don't think this is answering the question that was asked.
Sustained.
Okay, ma'am. My question is more concerned with benefits.
Oh.
Mr. Swinson had a follow-up question that asked about
Okay.
how that could affect you, and I was just hoping to explore what you understand when he retires. What does he have to look forward to? What would that be? Benefits?
I don't really know too much about benefit clearly, but I thought if he has the steady income and our marriage is still okay, we can slow down our life. And when kids are getting bigger, maybe we can focus on our marriage.
Okay, so it sounds like one of the benefits would have been an income stream, money.
His income, of course, is important. And
well, the question, ma'am, is that part of what he would get when he retires?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then as his spouse, are you entitled to some of that?
I don't know. I don't know how much I'm gonna entitle. Yeah, I didn't really count for it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So when you said you were worried about him losing his job, you don't know if that would affect you directly. It sounds like, is that correct?
Because I still have my own job, and with my own income.
Well, then why would it matter to you what happens to his job?
Because my income won't be enough to provide for 4 people to live.
I understand. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. No further questions from the city.
And any recross, Mr. Benson?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Adams, thank you. You may step down. And Mr. Sharp, the city's next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The city calls to the stand Officer Javier Hernandez.
All right, Officer Hernandez up here.
I'll give a moment to deal with the computer.
Sure.
Now we're going to get some body camera image, which we will probably not see because it'll be on that TV.
Go ahead and be seated, sir. And then whenever you're ready, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just wrestle with the technology here a little bit.
Sure.
Good afternoon, officer. I wonder if you could introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name. Go ahead and spell your last name for the record, please.
I'm Officer Hernandez, last name Hernandez.
Officer, I noticed that you're in a uniform. What do you do for a living?
I'm an officer for the Lacey Police Department.
Okay, and what do you do for the Lacey Police Department?
So I'm assigned to the patrol division.
What does that mean?
I respond to emergency calls from dispatch, and I enforce traffic and criminal laws.
Okay. And were you on duty on July 12th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and were you dispatched to a call at the Adams residence?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and where was that?
That was at 4120 8th Lane Northeast, number A.
And is that within city limits?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what happened when you were dispatched?
Like when I was en route, the information I was given while en route to that call?
Sure.
So I was dispatched to an unknown trouble incident at that residence. I ran code from where I was at, meaning I had my emergency lights going. And according to my computer-aided dispatch, my laptop, the caller had stated that, or they whispered, help.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, the city would ask that the court allow the statement as far as whispered, but none of the contents of the whispering.
Okay. The statement itself will not be admitted, but the fact that there was a whisper is.
Thank you, Your Honor. So as you responded, I assume you arrived at the residence at some point. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what happened when you got there?
When I arrived at the residence, I saw a garage door open with the light was on inside the garage, but there was no vehicle inside the garage. And upon my arrival, I observed a woman standing at the door inside the garage.
And who was that woman?
That woman was Maggie Adams.
Okay. And what happened then?
Mrs. Adams exited from inside to come into the garage because she was standing about halfway when I first seen her. And she began explaining what had occurred.
Okay. And I want to save the jury's time here. They already heard from her, her account, so we don't need to rehash that. And I am interested, though, in your own individual observations at the time, how did she appear?
She appeared fearful. She was trying to explain a lot of information quickly. She was shaking, and she was advising us what had occurred prior to our arrival.
Okay. I want to fast forward a little bit. As I said, we're not going to cover ground that's already been covered this morning. At some point, did you make contact with Mr. Adams?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When was that, roughly?
This was roughly minutes after I contacted Maggie in the garage.
Okay, and where did you contact Mr. Adams?
I contacted Mr. Adams. If you were looking at the residence, it would be left, which would be west towards Sleater Kinney Road.
So outside the residence?
Outside the residence, down 8th Lane.
How far down?
I would say maybe one house down, maybe 1.5 houses where we were standing.
Let me show you this video that came in. I'm sorry, I'm watching the fires as well. This is from the other day in
Officer Hernandez.
Drive-through is very smoky right now.
Devices when you're on duty?
Yes, I do.
Did you have one that day?
Yes, I did.
What was it?
That was a Axon body camera.
Okay, so you're wearing a body camera?
Yes.
Where do you wear that on the body?
I wear that on my right side, kind of where the pocket would be.
Okay, and you're gesturing, so it's about where you're...
Yeah, it's like this area right here is where my camera is at.
Okay, great. I'm holding up before you what's been marked as City's Exhibit 1. Are you familiar with this?
I am familiar with this.
Okay. It's not so much the, well, I'll ask this. What is this?
A USB drive.
Okay. So less so much the drive itself. We're concerned with the contents. Are you familiar with the contents of this?
Yes, I am.
Okay. How are you familiar with the contents?
Because I've viewed the contents in that USB drive.
Okay. And what are the contents? Just in very brief summary.
The contents are my body-worn camera, a file of my body-worn camera.
Okay.
On there.
And you said you've had an opportunity to review that?
Correct.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the events as you observed them?
Correct.
And was your observation contemporaneous or at the same time as the recording?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, city moves to admit City's Exhibit 1 and publish to the jury.
Defense would renew its objection under evidence rule 403, Your Honor.
And having previously ruled on that objection, the exhibit will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. If the jury could bear with me a moment, I need to get the television set up here. Officer Hernandez, while I'm working on that, I'll ask one question. This video starts at a certain point, and to help the jury understand what they're looking at, I wonder if you could explain what that point is, where you are and what's happening right when the video starts.
Yes. So I'm attempting to contact Mr. Adams via cell phone to get him out of the residence. To my understanding, he was inside the residence on the top floor in the master bedroom. As I was calling, I observed a man to my left who was walking down the road who appeared to have been Mr. Adams.
Okay, thank you. And I almost have this ready.
We'll get to see the very left part of the screen and maybe hear the audio. We're on HDMI 2. Maybe pull it just a little this way, please. That would be great. Or just share it.
This wasn't part of law school. There we go. Okay. All right, as we sit here at the very first frame, does this conform to what you remember from reviewing the file?
Correct.
Okay. And I want to make sure the volume is loud enough so the jury can hear.
Oh, way to worship. Hopefully,
I may adjust this if it's too loud once the video starts.
Tim. Hey, bud. How you doing? Come on and talk to me.
Just imagine what it looks like if you could see the whole video. Police officer waddles forward.
Hey, bud. How you doing, sir? Hello. What's going on? I'll call you. I remember last time. How you doing? How can I help you?
Hey, can you tell us what's going on?
Well, I wanted to call the police because my wife was out of town.
What was that?
I wanted to call the police because my wife was out of town.
Okay. Did you try and pick her up at any moment?
No, but she wouldn't give me my cell phone.
Okay, sir. So as of right now, we're placing you under arrest for simple assault BG.
Hey, how'd you get out of the house? You had debris all over you. Say again? How'd you get out of the house? You got debris all over you. Oh, yeah.
That's all over your legs, Tim.
Three down, three in the ground. Can you tell me what's problem?
You're under arrest.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
What for?
Simple assault, BB.
Simple assault, domestic violence.
Assault?
Okay.
Officer Hernandez, you said the camera is located on your body, on your chest. Does it interfere at all with your independent sensory perceptions?
It does not.
Okay. I wonder, having reviewed this and having been there at the time personally, if there's anything that you observed that's not in the video.
Yes.
What would that be?
As I was approaching Mr. Adams and I was getting behind him, I can smell alcohol.
Okay. Where was that alcohol smell coming from, as best you could tell?
From his body. I'm not too sure where.
Okay. Are you familiar with the smell of alcohol?
I am.
His body? He
How?
could have spilled it on himself and not
So
drank
my
it.
father was actually an alcoholic. So I grew up with knowing what it smells like and how people react when they're intoxicated.
Thank you. I was more concerned with your professional experience. Thank you for sharing that.
Okay.
But professional experience with how do you know, how are you familiar with the smell of alcohol?
So when I'm approaching or in contact with someone who I believe is intoxicated, there are signs of that besides smell.
How do you know that?
From my work experience, when we contact people, they'll have slow speech or slurred speech. Their sentences can be fragmented, just how when I was contacting Mr. Adams, he had fragmented sentences when he was speaking. He was speaking very slow. He had bags underneath his eyes as well.
Okay. And just a little bit more about, not so much experience, but your training. Is this sort of thing covered in your training at all?
Don't tell us about your personal experience.
We're asked when we do DUIs, for example, there's signs given to us. We don't, since this was not a DUI, we don't do field sobriety testing for this.
Okay. But you relied on other signs that you observed?
Correct.
To reach a conclusion about his state? What was your conclusion about? What was your impression of him?
My impression first when I seen him was he was very large. I also noticed that he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. He was not wearing any shoes. He had dirt all over his body. And when I put those factors with what I observed on him, like the way he was speaking and his face, his blank look, the way he was looking at me, I concluded that he was intoxicated.
Okay. And I'd like to fast forward a little bit here. Hopefully we can save a little time. The video ended with you letting Mr. Adams know he was under arrest. So assuming that happened, what happened after you arrested him?
I read him his Miranda rights, which he invoked and he did not want to speak.
Objection.
I mean after you arrested him.
After I arrested him, he was escorted to a community service officer's vehicle for transportation to the jail.
Okay,
and then
where did you go?
I went back to the residence.
Okay. What happened at the residence when you got back there?
When I went back to the residence, shortly after, Jasmine arrived in Maggie's blue
vehicle, SUV vehicle.
Okay, and what happened when that vehicle arrived?
When that vehicle arrived, Jasmine was with 4 children who were all in the back seat, and she was advising all the children to exit.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, we can't really go into what she said at all, but I wonder what you saw.
I observed 4 children in the back of the vehicle. I know they were crying because I could hear their whimpering. They seemed hesitant to get out of the vehicle. As I did exit the vehicle, one child stayed behind. They looked like they were wearing their pajamas. And I just advised them because I heard their whimpering that everything's going to be okay.
Okay, I'll stop you there. And thank you for your time. City has no further questions, Your Honor.
Try not to trip on this cue. All right, Mr. Swenson, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, Officer Hernandez.
Good morning.
Do you mind if I stay at the table during questioning?
That's fine.
How long have you been an officer with the Police Department?
Since July of 2023.
Okay. And before that, were you an officer anywhere else?
I was not.
Okay. Did you examine the scene inside of the Adams residence?
I did not.
And so you didn't take any photos from inside the residence, correct?
The only photos taken were from inside the garage, I believe.
At any point, did you see any alcoholic containers?
I did not.
At any point, did you see Mr. Adams consuming alcohol?
I did not.
How many officers were present on scene?
I believe there were 5 or 6.
In the video, I counted 5 officers surrounding Mr. Adams when he was arrested. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I believe.
Might have been a 6th.
I believe maybe 1 or 2 showed up after the incident.
Seems like a lot of officers. Is that typical?
When there's a unknown trouble call from dispatch or an assault call from dispatch, that's a normal amount of officers we have on scene.
You indicated already you didn't do field sobriety tests, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't perform any breath or blood tests?
Correct.
On Mr. Adams? Did he make any admissions to consuming alcohol?
He did not.
Mr. Adams was fully cooperative with the police in their investigation, correct?
Correct.
We see that on the video.
Yes.
He was very respectful and cooperative.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, he was.
And would you say it's normal for people to have a little bit of confusion when they're contacted by law enforcement for the first time? Let me rephrase. Did you find his questions unusual?
His questions?
About what was going on and why he was being arrested?
I felt it was unusual, yes, when we first contacted him and he asked, "How can I help you?" Because of the position that he was in, walking down the street barefoot.
This was July, correct?
Correct.
So
yes.
Being outside with shorts and a t-shirt, even at night, isn't unusual, correct?
It is not, but he had dirt on him, his body.
Did you examine behind the house, the backyard of the residence at all?
I did not.
And you ultimately have no information as to how that dirt got on Mr. Adams, correct?
Correct.
How many domestic incidents do you respond to on average, would you say?
I would say at least once or twice a week.
Okay. So you're pretty familiar over the last year and a half with these incidents.
Yes.
In your experience,
is it common?
Do you find it unusual when there's a domestic dispute or argument for one of the parties to leave the house?
I find it is unusual when a party leaves the house and the other party doesn't know that they had left.
What?
Are you trained in de-escalation tactics as far as not for yourself, but maybe for yourself, but also for individuals involved in domestic disputes to advise them on how to de-escalate situations before they arise to
Yes.
more severe?
Yes.
And separation is important, correct?
Absolutely.
Were you, did you elicit any information as to Mr. Adams' state of mind at the time of this incident?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
Did you elicit any information from any of the witnesses as to potential, Mr. Adams' potential exhaustion or anxiety?
No.
So you didn't rule out other potential causes for the observations that you made that he was intoxicated?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sharp, is there any redirect?
Just one question, Your Honor. Mr. Swenson was just asking if you had inquired about Mr. Adams' anxiety or his exhaustion, and whether those things that you had observed might be explained by that. And I wonder, would the smell of alcohol coming from his body be explained by him being exhausted or anxious in your experience?
I don't believe so.
Right. No further questions, Your Honor.
One further follow-up, Your Honor.
Sure.
Does the smell of alcohol on its own indicate intoxication?
I would say no.
Can a person smell of alcohol after one drink?
I don't believe so. Not
I
after
believe so.
Not after one drink.
What?
So, okay, but the smell of alcohol does not.
In itself, I would say
only the
no,
second,
there would have to
only
be
the
more
second,
factors to
second
go
beer.
along with that.
Only the second beer smells like alcohol. The first one doesn't smell like alcohol.
Sir Hernandez, you may step down, resume your seat. Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Your Honor. City has no further witnesses. Would rest its case.
I would make a motion.
Let's take
right
a short
here.
morning recess here then.
I'd make a little motion.
Members of the jury, I'm going to give you a break here, 10 or 15 minutes, all right?
Wow. Let's see if we can skip ahead or if they actually stop the live feed. Oh, it looks like they stopped the live feed. Let's go back just a tiny bit and see if they talk.
There isn't.
Just seated, please.
Be seated. The jury just left.
So, Mr. Swenson, I assume you've decided whether or not you're going to.
I'll need a moment to confer with my client, Your Honor.
Sure.
So we're gonna just head up into a room upstairs and
just
actually that room's occupied by Miss Adams right now.
She's okay.
The witness is in that room.
Perhaps yesterday we were able to use the Superior Court main room.
Oh, yeah, let me ask. Is there anything else we need to address?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm going to return Exhibit 1 to the clerk.
Come back in by 10 minutes to 11.
Okay.
Okay, so what we have, and we'll have to look at the terminology for the state of Washington, but the assault, the fourth degree assault.
Well,
I can do that right now.
I mean, if we have to, we can just give the jury cited versions. It's not like it's going to matter.
Yeah, I apologize for that. You know, the experience is a little different every trial, and I hadn't had to do that the last couple, but I'm happy to.
The assault that he's charged with, fourth degree assault, was from the contact of the wrist and the ankle. which was described as grabbing the wrist and the ankle, and according to the testimony of his wife, picking her up. She says he had to have picked her up because that's how she was able to kick him so freely or something like that. Washington State does have a law about mutual combat. I don't think that applies here. It sounds like there was nothing on her part where she would indicate, even though she was angry and had been either bashing the liquor bottle on the stairs or trying to throw it down the stairs or something like that. That's no indication that she wanted to engage in mutual combat. She was not injured. She told the police there was no physical altercation at all. And there hasn't been any testimony of anything prior. And I realize that might not be allowed to come in, but she wanted to call the cops because he wanted to basically end the marriage and said, hey, you should leave and not come back. Now, as heartless and as rude as that is, that does not assault make. This is a tough one. It could be by the letter of the law, the definition that there is guilt here. It was clouded by the fact that the lawyer asked the police officer who responded to the call some questions that every police officer should be able to answer, and I think, in my opinion, the police officer answered incorrectly on the response that you cannot smell the first beer. What? You can't tell that somebody's drunk just by smell alone. Yet he testified that that's all he could tell was the smell. It was not coming from his mouth; it was coming from his body. Okay, alcohol can come through the sweat. That's okay. If I was on the jury, I would have a tough time reaching a decision on this one, which would put me squarely in the not guilty category. It doesn't mean that it didn't happen, but what she's describing does not. The fear of her being hurt, that she says, I was afraid how easily he could hurt me because he's bigger. There was no threat. He was saying, no, you need to leave. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Slurred speech and smells of alcohol. I'm going to have to go not guilty on this one. That's where I'm at. Of course, defense does not have a burden at all. We're going to see if he does want to get up and tell his story at all. We'll see if that happens. But let's see. This is Thurston County District 4. Looks like we just came back. Come on.
Yeah.
No, hang on.
Oh, I'll let you know.
It's the wrong one. That's the one we just watched. Back to District 4. They are back. Just a moment ago. Let's wait for them to come back in the room. Here we go. My kids are, I'm not doing WWF in the other room. I don't know if they still live together. Don't know if there's divorce processes going forward.
Your Honor, is there a specific WIPIC instruction for not counting a defendant's right to remain silent against them? I'm having trouble finding that.
Yeah, I think it's
it's the first one.
You would ask me that now. I think it's in the 4 series.
Okay. Defenses? Okay.
If he had knee surgery, so much so that he couldn't drive, I guess being drunk, he might try to pick someone up. You would think that the same day you had knee surgery, you're not lifting other people.
Not testifying. We were just discussing that. I would guess that it's a WIPIC. Yeah, there is. I know that. But I'm just trying to remember which one it is. See how my Google Flu is working today.
We didn't hear exactly what the surgery was. She says she thought she was going to drop him off.
Is that it?
And it would take some time. But it turns out
Okay. Good
that
job,
they
Candace.
said, no, stick around. It's going to be quick.
Yeah, Candace says she's got it for
So
you.
it could have been some
Thank you.
outpatient orthoscopic type stuff. Yeah, assault is lower than battery. There's no contact. I think under the definition of the law, by the testimony that his wife gave, I think that could qualify as assault. I think we only got part of the story as well. Him getting up and testifying on the stand, prosecution would doubtless, they would go after his alcoholism, which seems to be a major issue. And that could obviously hurt him. I don't think he'll testify. I really don't think he'll take the stand. Thomas, thank you very much. Excited for the podcast tonight. Thomas and I will be coming to you live 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight to bring you some enjoyment, some merriment, some lighthearted fun and discussion. It will be live, just like this. So
Thank you.
That do for you?
Yes, I appreciate that.
Judge does
I'll
the
add it
deliveries.
into the packet. I just want you to approve. Absolutely.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, this room was
I think, Your Honor, they're mostly. Defense might have one objection to the missing witness instruction.
We need that.
Yeah.
I don't think that's applicable. Missing witness?
Well, it is, Your Honor. Well, city would argue that it is. Are we?
Not yet. Are we?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Now we're on the record. Go.
Well, I suppose I would ask defense to make their objection.
Yeah, so on the record, yeah. So defense would object to the missing witness instruction, Your Honor. I don't believe the witness that this prosecution is referring to as a necessary witness. And I think that instruction applies to necessary witnesses to prove the elements of the crime.
That would be the daughter who didn't want to testify.
You submitted that one separately, didn't you?
Well, I did
She
in the
said he didn't
cited
drag her at
instructions,
all.
Your Honor, but just now when I submitted a pack of uncited instructions, I did bundle it in there.
Yeah, I know. I saw it in the list.
It was after the family or household member, about 2/3 of the way through.
I think this is going to be 6 people on the jury with a alternate sitting in and not deliberating. So 7 total listening.
And Your Honor, the instruction, states if a person who could have been a witness at trial is not called to testify, you may be able to infer that person's testimony would have been unfavorable to a party. The witness in question, or on the city's mind here, is Jasmine, who was an adult who was present for a lot of this incident. Of course, the testimony says that she left just prior to the alleged assault. However, she was entwined in the events immediately preceding, and it would be natural in the mind of a juror, city submits, to wonder, why isn't she here? Why isn't she chiming in as to what was going on in that house? And city believes that deserves an instruction so that they can understand how that might come into play, how they may be able to draw inferences from that, or when they should not draw inferences from that. City does intend to point out to them that she lives in Georgia and assert that it would be that it's reasonable for her to not be here on that basis. Additionally, the city plans to assert that as to all of the children as well, based on their ages.
I don't think that's an appropriate use of that instruction.
Okay.
That's especially because that would implicate the defendant's other right, which is not to put on a defense at all.
It's a Mo raid. Welcome, everyone.
But no, that just doesn't apply here.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mo in the deep end. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome. We've got a small little case. This is live out of Thurston County, Washington. The gentleman on the left is charged with assault against his wife. There was an argument on the day he had knee surgery. On the way home, he said, "Stop and pick up some beer." She said, "You're not supposed to drink beer for 24 hours."
Not going to testify then?
Correct.
After surgery,
And
there's
you're
not
not
going
going
to
to call
testify.
any other witnesses?
No witnesses. Defense is resting. They get home. He does start drinking, and there's an argument. She's planning on going on a trip with the kids for 3 days to Mount Rainier. He says, "Hey, bring me some beer." She comes in.
Want
He
to
smells
proceed
like
to
beer.
closing arguments before lunch, or if the court and the
Well, I need to have all the instructions copied for that.
yeah, I mean, my request was going to be to have a lunch break before we do closings.
Does make sense to you?
City's easy going, Your Honor, about
Easy.
that. Sure.
We're all about lunch.
Okay, I think the clerks are going to need that time to get the packet.
So she comes in the bedroom, brings him the beer.
So I'll just number these instructions, and then we'll bring the jury out and give them till 1 o'clock for lunch and back to do closing.
Okay, Your Honor, I take it that Ms. Adams is then released. So I'll
Sure,
take this
yeah.
opportunity to go let her know.
Yeah, I didn't realize he had.
We're going to go to lunch.
Well, she had stayed in case rebuttal was needed.
Okay.
She stayed for rebuttal. Oh, that would have been brutal. She comes in, smells alcohol, looks around the room, finds a large plastic bottle of clear, hard liquor of some sort. Gets very upset. She does not like him drinking hard liquor. So she yells at him, curses him, says, "Why are you drinking that bleeping beer?" Grabs the bottle. She says smashes it on the stairway because she keeps wanting it to disappear, and then she throws it down the stairs, but it's plastic and it didn't break. And he says, "Hey, why don't you just leave and don't come back and take your cats with you?" He says, apparently, allegedly to the daughter, he says to one of the daughters, "I'm sorry, I don't want you here. You need to leave." Terrible situation. That was not the end of it, because obviously he's charged with assault. At no point did the witness, who was his wife, testify that he ever threatened her. But there was a point where they were having a discussion, and she was folding clothes, preparing for the trip. And he was saying, "Just go." And she says at that point he grabbed her right wrist and her left ankle and tried to pick her up. And she kicked at him, although she said the grab was not hard, but it was enough to pick her up.
The jury, and then I'll let them know they're going to have the lunch break till 1.
She's half his size. She kicks at him. He lets her go and says, "You need to go. If you come back, I'm going to call the police." The assault is for that grab and the pickup. She was not dropped. She was not dragged. She was not thrown. But that touch, which was unwanted, would be where the assault comes in. She wanted to call the police as well because she didn't want him to kick her out of the house. Although at that point there had been nothing that the police could do, because it was just a verbal argument about whether they wanted to continue the relationship. So, who is Mo? Mo is in the deep end. Search Mo in the deep end on YouTube. Welcome Mo in the deep end. And all those who came with the Mo raid. So, looks like we're going to bring the jury in and then tell them that they get lunch, and we're going to take lunch as well. He grabbed him wrist and ankle. That's the assault. And I think that counts. She did leave the house. The police responded. Before she left the house, she got her phone from the closet, called 911, and whispered, "Hey, I need help. Send the police," type thing, something like that. What she actually said was not heard by the jury. We didn't hear it as well. But she whispers that she needs help. Police respond. They find him walking in shorts and a T-shirt, barefoot outside, covered in dirt. And I would say it's safe to assume that he was obviously intoxicated. The police officer sort of bungled most of his testimony, even to the point where when he was asked, how do you know someone's intoxicated? He was like, "Well, when I was a kid, my dad drank." The correct answer is, well, I've been trained in police academy and through continuing education on the police force to recognize that. So got a little personal with a police officer where it probably wasn't needed. Some weird testimony as well about the whether one beer is enough to be able to smell on somebody if they drink one beer. Guess the first beer does not smell. That's good to know. So, anyway. Hey, hang on one second. TYO Toys. 1 second. I was going to show you something, TYO. You have to wait for it because I don't want to actually have to get up and do it myself. I think are they paused? No, we're still waiting for the jury to come in. There's some crazy videos of this LA fire. 2 firefighters running back and forth with handbags, dumping water. You know, it's coming out of the fire truck. And
Apologize for the delay. I thought it'd take a minute to get the paperwork done. Okay. All right. We'll have the jury come in. Aaron's going to officially rest, and then I'll let them know about their break, and we'll resume at 1 o'clock.
Understood.
Bring the jury.
If you will bring the jury.
There's Judge Newman. I knew we had that sound effect somewhere. Okay, I have to do it myself, Phil. Can't get good help around here. So now it's broken.
Be seated, please.
I dropped another box to the floor.
When we left off, the city had just rested their case, and so Mr. Swenson.
I got your sticker.
Your Honor, defense will not be calling any witnesses, and defense rests at this time.
Right.
Got your sticker on my Starlink
both
case.
Sides have rested their cases. That means that you have now heard the evidence portion of the case. All of the evidence that's going to be presented in the trial has been presented to you. The next step is that we're going to give you some further instructions on the law, and then you'll select a presiding juror and deliberate on your verdict. Before we do that, though, I'm going to break you for an early lunch, so I'll have you come back here to the jury deliberation room and be ready to hear instructions and closing arguments of counsel at 1 o'clock. So you got a little bit of extra time for lunch. All right. Thank you.
Okay, it's only 11:13. They're coming back at 1, which means we get a good lunch break. They might be doing some work. Nope, they're cutting the feed right there. The thing that fell to the ground was the case for my. I've got another case that's just like that. It's empty, and it's for my Roadcaster, the audio. The thing that sits right down here. This guy. So, no harm, no foul. I did not trip. I'm good. All right. So we're gonna go to lunch. We're gonna go to lunch now and take lunch. It's 2:15. If it's 11, 12, 1, we've got an hour and 45 minutes. That puts it at 4 o'clock. Holy cow! 4 o'clock Eastern time. We're coming back. We're not gonna break for lunch. That is Mr. Frog. Actually, that sound effect is from this courtroom. Looks like they're drawing a flower in the air. Should we take a look at the fires really quickly? See what's happening over there. Let's see. Ooh, that one plane. Look at this. We were tracking this. Let me make this full screen. Boom, boom. Okay, we were talking about them saying they were going to be doing some intel flights over the fire area, and look at this. This one plane has mapped virtually the whole area of Palisades and the Eaton fire. So that'll be taking every time it's flying, it's taking images over and over and over. And This is mapped by GPS, so it's all programmed. The pilot just follows the GPS coordinates back and forth and back and forth. The camera takes all the pictures. The pictures are then stitched together in a computer into one big massive file that's high resolution, because this flight was done, I think it was about 6,000 or 7,000 feet was what I last saw on the flight. So very high resolution imagery of the fire areas is going to be put together. That's going to be available to incident commanders as well as to the people who are going to actually count and say how many structures were affected, how many cars, and they're probably going to use imagery, satellite imagery from before and after, and compare the two to see where buildings existed before and are gone now. But let's see, we've got quite a bit of activity. There's a tanker. There's a tanker right there that's going to be doing some drops. See, a lot of fire activity, air support here. There's the flower. There's the flower, you said. WLD. Wow. Now he's just getting creative. This also might be for imagery purposes. Let's see, where's he at? Is that Bonnell Park? Look at that. He's crossing this point. Look how closely these points come together. Stunt road. So maybe he's pulling a stunt. But interesting design this guy's doing here. Where did he come out of? He's out of Isla Vista area, Santa Barbara Airport. This particular area is in the Topanga, like Topanga Canyon area. This is the area that was threatened by the fire today. So this is looking at places where the fire has not yet been. But if you scroll in, it's super accurate. It's a daisy. He's just drawn. You know, sometimes you just need to pick me up. And so he's doing a big daisy. I'm pretty sure he's got smoke going and well, the smoke wouldn't help. Maybe if it was colored smoke. Clover's typical recon pattern for the military. It's a 4-leaf clover. I think I'm seeing 5. It's better than the usual eggplant designs. We got plenty of those as well. I've been trying not to point them out. I'm guessing the pilot is listening to some good music up there in the air right now. Speaking of, let's pop in just briefly and see what's happening on the radios to see if we've got anything before we break for lunch.
You know exactly where I'm going to use them, and you can just put me as a point of contact. Yeah, copy. Just to be clear, you're talking about that Payuma as it's backing down towards Montanido. LA Palisades Air Tech.
Palisades Air Tech. Tinker 01, Tinker 02 were released loaded from the Eaton due to turbulent wind. Do you want them to redirect your way?
Yes, sir. We'll take them. Thank you.
So Eaton's got turbulent winds.
01, Tinker 02 from Eaton to Palisades.
Let's see if we can find these tankers. This is AT3. That's not a tanker. It's a Delta flight. Turbulent winds at the Eaton fire. That's only 10, 15, or what is it? That's 15, 20 miles away from where the Palisades fire is. Maybe we'll get those guys in here to do some airdrops in this area. Southwest flying over the top. Everyone looking out the windows. There's a tanker. There's Super Scooper. Look at this. He's coming in, making his scoops right out here in the ocean. You can see that's where he's doing his drops. Flips a UE as soon as he gets the water and comes right back up. And this is, let's see where he's dropping this in the canyon. Looks like he's probably doing his drops right up in this area where you've got, see the straight pass? He makes the drop along this side, the uphill side, where this looks like the fire's come down one side and is coming up the other, headed towards this canyon, this Mendenville. So we heard the fire was coming down the other canyon, and he's making the drops on the uphill side so the fire doesn't make a run up this hill, just dousing that area because we do have houses on the other side. So super scooper at work right there, just nonstop. Looks like another one has joined. You got two at work right there in the same area. This one is a fire retardant plane. Lots of air traffic going on. The Daisy continues. It looks like a windmill now. It's spinning. They should use ocean water. They can. They can use ocean water, but only for these super scoopers. They can't pump ocean water to the fire hydrants because that would put salt water and in everyone's house water. Mount Wilson. I'm a little deer. Let me take a look at that for you. Not familiar with the area. Let's see, San Gabriel Mountains. Let's see if we can get a map here real quick. Okay, there's an observatory on Mount Wilson. It's also got some TV and radio transmitters all up there. This is one of the higher peaks. That's going to be near the Eaton fire. So let's go over, see if we can get some updates before we break. I am going to get lunch here. Just hold tight. Using NASA, let's zoom down here on the Eaton fire. Get the latest thermal imagery from that. Here is Mount Wilson, right here at the top, in the middle of the screen. Let me make this full screen. Ooh, it's okay. We've got problems there. The fire is burning directly next to Mount Wilson. It's they got Flint Ridge and Mount Wilson right there, and the fire is right up in that area. It is still active there. It's spread out from the original burn area. The original burn area has cooled off. Obviously, there's still a lot of hot spots in the Altadena, where a ton of homes, more than 1,000. They think they said thousands of structures were burned in that area. But this is looking not good, especially knowing that they have turbulent winds that have called the air attack away from that. It's not looking good in that area. That is at risk. I'm a little deer. I'm not sure if that's the information you wanted to hear, but above the Eaton fire, right? They need a desalination plant. I don't think they could desalinate the water fast enough to keep up with the demand for even one fire truck, let alone all the rest. What program are you using to see the plane's flight paths? That's going to be Flight Radar.
Charlie.
Flight Radar 24
Alpha,
with a silver membership. You do have to pay for that one. I think it's about $13 a year. We find it useful for events like this. This particular website, the FIRMS, FIRMS, Fire Information Resource Management System, this is put together by NASA, and it uses satellites that can detect the heat. So this is actually heat from the fires detected in space, and it updates periodically.
9460 Charlie, 2800 Alpha on command. 9460 Charlie. Yeah, 2800 Alpha got split up. Half of her engaged and half of us win. If you haven't already done so, I'd go in to get your logistics.
Oh, dizzy. I might need to upgrade. What's the difference in cost from...
Division Tango Branch 7.
Let's see,
Go ahead.
Radar.
Hey, Luke.
since you're kind of a ghost division there, you didn't get a 204 worksheet. Do you have Lauren Monson's cell number that you can text him your 204 or your 215 needs by 1300?
Go ahead with it. I'm ready to copy.
They've got an annual plan. That's good to know. You know, this is
Okay,
just going to
it's
show
area
my...
code 209 419 4465.
Beep, 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 beep. Sorry. Man.
Copy. And then I'm just working with Papa.
It's not personal numbers, that's government numbers, so I'm not
working on
upset
different
about that.
structures, mainly on the Carbon Canyon Drive road.
Yeah, firm, it'd just be nice to get you staffed appropriately with what you need in the division.
Hey, we've got a map.
I've got it filled out. I'll send it to that number.
Perfect, and make sure you denote on there that we need to request a TAC frequency for that division as well.
They want a tactical frequency, which is encrypted.
in around 5 minutes. Total of 6 volts.
Okay, and we're going to try to pull up this. Where do you tune in and watch RA's Live? Your answers. Where do you tune in from to watch? But that's the first question is different than the second question.
Contingency
Watch from my
East,
desk.
Contingency branch on command.
Okay, I answered my own query. I'll put it in. There you go. Watch from my desk. I think you mean home, work, on the while driving. No, that shouldn't be one. But what happens to communications if the Mount Wilson transmission towers burn? They go down.
Contingency East, contingency branch on command.
If they go down, bad things happen, really, is all you can say.
Unit calling contingency East, go ahead.
It will seriously hamper communications. It will cut off some
Hey, it's contingency branch.
television and
Just
and
put in
radio
your head
channels.
a reminder for 215 info when you can. Text it to me.
Okay, thank you. You got cell service then?
I can be back in cell service in a little bit. We're just trying to see how to continue this contingency on line in along Mulholland.
My copy.
I'm listening to Los Angeles County Fire V1. V1 is the Palisades Fire. Los Angeles County Fire V3 is the Ayden Fire. This is where we've had most of the activity today. No postal workers today. It's declared a national day off for the funeral, I think.
Operations, operations.
Okay, how about this? I have to take a lunch break.
Deputy Ops, go ahead.
Going on 5 hours. I'm going to come back early.
Place to call myself.
Probably after about 45 minutes to an hour. So we'll be about 45 minutes before court comes back in Washington with jury instructions, closing arguments, jury instructions, and possibly a verdict. And so we'll do a little bit of fire watch as we wait for the court to come back. But in the meanwhile, they're making passes right now. Look at that. See that plane right there? Super Scooper that was a passer right there. Low and slow. Zoom. Another one right behind him. Just hammering that canyon over and over and over. Dumping tons of water. Let's see if Siri can help me here. Hey Siri, how much water can a CL415 Super Scooper carry?
The CL415 Super Scooper can carry up to 6,140 L, 1,350 imp gal. 1,620 US gal of water.
So
this answer is from Wikipedia.
Which, believe it or not, 1,600 gallons of water dumped. That's a lot of milk jugs. That's a lot of water dumped all at the same time.
Helicopter 192216.
The Brown Barn. That's my cue. I've been using that religiously for the last couple of weeks. Yeah, it's funny because the name of the aircraft is actually Super Scooper. If you see on the flight radar, it is a Canada Air CL 415 Super Scooper.
4125 Alpha on command. Head down to Chevron.
Oh, the first question was supposed to be YouTube name.
Branch 5.
Everyone, redo your input. YouTube name. So.
Branch 5, standby.
I guess you get what you pay for in this situation, Amber. So thank you. I appreciate you doing the work. I don't want to leave, but I have to go to lunch. Sorry, I missed the first note. There it is. If these towers burn, there's a chance it could impact our watching of police chases in the area.
Tanker 55V1 guide.
Tanker 55 off and nice for the Operations Branch 5 when you have a moment.
We're going to keep listening. I'll keep this going to your lunch. I'll monitor this. We'll be back after lunch. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again shortly. Give us about an hour for lunch. We'll be back for a little more Firewatch, and then we'll have the conclusion of the trial out of Thurston County, Washington, an assault charge. Not a lot to it, but there might be enough. And we'll see what the jury thinks. You guys, have a good lunch. We'll see you afterwards. Bye-bye.